Gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, well, have a good night. Bye.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV. Starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now, 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Atalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean-rooted, and globally relevant. I am Atalia Samuel, and this is The Atalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
But top 2 players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else has some.
Okay, so far, how are you enjoying?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, well, have a good night. Bye.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV, starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now, 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Atalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean-rooted, and globally relevant. I am Atalia Samuel, and this is The Atalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Let's go now. But top 2 players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how you enjoyed the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, you all have a good night. Bye.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV, starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now, 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Atalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean rooted, and globally relevant. I am Atalia Samuel, and this is The Atalia Show Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Top 3 players. Let's go now. But top 3 players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else has sung.
Okay, so far, how you enjoying it?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, you all have a good night. Bye.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV. Starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now, 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Atalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean rooted, and globally relevant. I am Atalia Samuel, and this is the Atalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Top 3 players. Let's go now. But top 3 players. But top 3 players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how are you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Ghana and so I will be there. Okay. Yes, well, have a good night. Bye.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV, starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now, 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Atalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean rooted, and globally relevant. I am Atalia Samuel, and this is the Atalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR here at my Butterlaw, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TGR players?
Let's go now. But top 2 players. I will drop her. And I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how are you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Guyana, so I will be there.
Okay.
Yes, you all have a good night. Bye.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV, starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now, 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Atalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean-rooted, and globally relevant. I am Atalia Samuel, and this is the Atalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR, here at my daughter, my son, my whole family is here. And gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time. And TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Top 3 players. Let's go now. But top 3 players. But top 3 players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how are you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, well, have a good night. Bye.
Wave your hand from the Caribbean. Wave your hand, wave your hand, wave your hand from your number one. For me ready for the competition. You not take intimidation. Ready, woman or man. We have no hand. This is how we play the game. This is how we play.
Okay, so tonight we're here with
Richard?
Okay, Richard. Is this your first Republic CPL match?
No.
And how is the experience so far?
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Can't complain.
Okay, are you more excited to see batting or bowling tonight?
Actually, the entire game.
The entire game.
Yeah. It's one of the biggest so far. No man, we blow away Guyana. This is the biggest, this is the toughest challenge we have to face.
Nice. And last question. Who are your 3 top TKR players?
Aaron Pollard, then we have Sunil Narayan, and Colin Bono.
Okay, thank you. Karina. Okay, so Karina, can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Aki Hussain, Nicholas Puran, and Karen Pollard.
Nice. And can you tell us what are you more excited for tonight? Is it the batting or the bowling?
Well, the batting, of course.
Thank you, Karina.
Follow me then. Every band, every pitch, every fan, every deal, every wicket, every storm. And the art and soul and passion, and the culture, Caribbean blood. When people come out and nation, the team in a unit.
This lovely, must say again, lovely cricket supporter, decked up. Now, I've seen a lot of TKR jerseys through this season, but this is the first one I've seen looking good. You understand what I'm saying? So, let's get night now. What's your name? Naomi Patterson, a lovely name to go with that face. Now, what part of Trinidad are you from?
South, deep south, Erin.
Erin, so you came, this is like a long drive to come here? Okay, and who's your favorite player?
Casey Carty.
That is good, that's the first one I've got, because I've got a lot of Pollards, I've got a lot of Purans.
I'm ready for the competition. You not take intimidation. Ready, woman or man. We have no honor. This is how we play the game. This is how we play. And we gon' represent and show them who we stand for. Let's turn it up and light the flame. If you
TKR. Here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here. And gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time. And TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
But top 3 players. I will drop her. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how are you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Guyana, though, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, you all have a good night. Bye.
Now, what is your name? Nice. Now you are here at the CPL. Of course, you are supporting the TKR. Who is your favorite player? TKR. And your favorite player? The students play for the TKR. Yeah. Pollard. Excellent. Do you play cricket as well? You don't play. You just love to watch cricket. Nice. So you come with your mommy, your daddy, your brothers?
I have brothers.
Just you and your mommy and your daddy?
And my auntie.
Nice.
And my cousin.
And your cousin. Nice, nice. Oh, school opening next week. Are you ready for school next week?
No.
So you're going to tell your friends you went to the CPL?
No.
You're going to tell your friends you went to CPL?
No.
And watch the TKR and the Central Kings? Okay, alright. Well, enjoy the cricket. Yes, so the CPL bringing everyone. Big people, small people, medium-sized people. And there's another thing. Alright?
Wave the hand, wave the hand, wave the hand from the Caribbean. Wave the hand, wave the hand, wave the hand from your number one. For me ready for the competition. You not take intimidation. Ready, woman or man. Wave the hand. This is how we play the game.
Okay, so can you go tell us who are your top 3 TKR players?
My top 3 will be Tyron, Pollard, Narain, and Puran.
Puran, Pollard, and Limassol.
Okay, so what are you all most excited for tonight? The batting or the bowling?
I'm just great cricket. I love everything. Great cricket.
I'm here for the bowling. I definitely want to see what we're going to bowling.
For sure. Okay, so we know that all 5 games were played here at the Bandara. Have you all ever visited? Yes, we have. And which one do you prefer, here or the oval? Here. Okay.
Yeah, definitely Bandara.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Road to the Caribbean. Put up your one, put up your one. The game is getting hotter. Take it now or never. Hit another 6, there's no way we can lose. This is who we are, what we live for.
Okay, so if you had to use one word to describe tonight's game, what would you use?
Amazing! Amazing! Wonderful! I don't know! Amazing! Amazing!
Okay, so can you tell us who are your top 3 TKR players?
Tati, Manu, and Puran.
Okay.
Nikki, Pollard, and Russell. Same.
And what are you all more excited for tonight? Batting or bowling?
Bowling!
And the art and soul and passion and the culture, Caribbean blood. When people come out of nation, it's a team in a unification. When they stay down from beach and from Grand and the meaning of unification. It's how we play. Yeah. This is how we play. This is how we play.
So people, it's the end of the first episode. It's TKR it's CPL, but we have more stuff coming up. There's schools football, there's TTPFL football, there's track and field. It will be next year. It's all kind of vibes, all kind of things to get the vibes on, but it's all about meeting the people and getting the vibes. How you like the first episode? Yeah, she's starstruck. She can't even say something. She's in awe.
This episode was quite fulfilling. I feel successful, and I can't wait for the rest of episodes to come.
She's been very demure. So by the time the third episode, she can be like, she already wants to be the best, your favorite co-host. So, back at that.
Bye.
Yeah, man.
So we're getting ready for the start of the opening event on the track. That's the girls under 17 100 meters. And just to set the tone for this, the hurdle height 0.762 meters, that's 30 inches. And note that this is lower than the under 20 senior height. It's 3 inches lower, and it emphasizes speed and rhythm over pure power. Just to tell you who the athletes are, in lane number 2, Maceo Geist of Neon Wolves, Chelsea Joseph of Point 14 in 3, Rayan Graham of QRC in 4, Deja Reed of Zenith in 5, QRC's LaQueen Welsh in 6, Neon Wolves, they have Tillis Alexander in 7, and Toko Tafak athlete Aisha Romain is not here with us. And really, this one is all about the heptathletes, the young heptathletes involved in this. Deja Reed is in lane number 5. She has been an unstoppable force in the under 15 division last year. And Chelsea Joseph in lane number 3. The heptathlon queen out of Point 14. This one's certainly going to be a big battle between those two. So let's, they're on their marks at the moment, and we're ready for the first event of the year. So just 6 athletes involved in this one as we get ready to go here. White flags are up. And there we go with the start. Out in front immediately is Chelsea Joseph, and this favorite has taken the lead. She's getting a challenger on the outside. She clips the hurdle and pulls out, and it's going to be the athlete from McDowell, I think it was, who got it in the end. The Toko Tafak athlete was the one who got there in the end, but disappointment really for Chelsea Joseph, just clipping the line, clipping the hurdle and not getting
We play simple.
play smaller field in this one. Destiny Bartholomew of Point 14 in lane number 1. Destiny Thomas of Field of Dreams in lane number 3. Destiny Bartholomew in lane 3. Destiny Thomas is in 4. Tanique Vincent, a gold medalist last year at the Carifta Games of Concord Athletics, she's in 5. Micaiah Ward of Neon Wolves in 6, and Isabella Solomon of Toko Tafak in 7. So that's the field for this one. All eyes will certainly be on lane number 5, where Tanique Vincent is campaigning. This, of course, is the 100-meter hurdles, 33 inches. And this is the senior women's height, unlike the under-17s who ran at 30 inches. So there's Tanique Vincent doing a bit of a warm-up in the middle of the track there now. What an outstanding young athlete she is. Trinidad and Tobago hosted the 2025 Carifta Games at this very stadium. The local crowd saw Jamaica's dominance in this particular event. TNT did fight very hard to make it to the finals. Tiana Miller took the gold for Jamaica in that event, 13.50. So really for girls from Trinidad and Tobago to medal regionally, they'll have to run under 14 seconds. TNT's top performance was Gianna Paul. She placed 7th in the finals, 14.25 seconds. And she really is the benchmark for the event. Tanique Vincent won the heptathlon gold at Carifta Games 2025. Now, she is a multi-eventer, but her hurdles are pretty sharp. She clocked 14.48 during the heptathlon last year. And if she lines up here, it is really to sharpen her speed for the combined events. We're on their marks at the moment. Bartholomew in 3, Thomas 4, Vincent 5, Ward 6, and Solomon in 8. Well, Solomon is not going to be part of the field, so she's out of it. Solomon in 7, correction. There's the start. And Vincent starting a little bit slower, but now she's starting to get going here. Point Fortune's Bartholomew on the outside in 3rd place, but she's getting a challenge here from Neon Wolves and Ward. Ward is going to trail Vincent to the line, who gets there quite comfortably in the end. And she's clocked over 16 seconds. It is the first race of the year. But an easy run out here for Tanique Vincent to get the win. I will tell you her time in a moment here. Vincent, 15.569. 15.569 for Vincent. Nowhere close to what she would have achieved during the Carifta Games. But as we mentioned, it is the first event of the year. And it's just a little bit of a run out here for her. Saw her brother, who was also here earlier today. And he was getting his warm-up in ahead of his events. He will be competing later on. We'll have the boys under 17 110-meter hurdles, and the officials are just setting things up for that right now. So 2 events in the books. The boys under 17 discus throw hasn't started yet. I'm not sure if that's taking place. Not seeing any officials across on that side, but as soon as that begins, we will tell you about that. So we'll do our build-up to the boys under 17 110-meter hurdles in just a bit. You are watching Wave TV. This is the N3A's TT Track and Field Series number 1 here, first event of the year 2026. So the boys under 17 110-meter hurdles about to take place. The officials are still setting up some of the hurdles, but just to give you an idea how this is going to go. It's a time final, just one event though. So this one means that the athletes will have just one shot, and they must run clean and fast through this one. And in terms of the technical aspects, we're running at the under 17 height of 0.914 meters. That's 36 inches. It's lower than the senior height of 42 inches. The lower height encourages athletes to develop that sprinting mechanics over the hurdles rather than jumping them. And the field has 6 athletes involved in this one. And keep an eye on the age gaps here. We have athletes born in 2010. That's athletes turning 16. And athletes born in 2012, those turning 14. So there's quite a wide, just 2 years, but it's quite huge in terms of developmental and technical aspects. 2 years of physical maturity and stride length is a massive development indeed. Let's tell you who's competing in this one. First of all, in lane number 2, Ezekiel Jones of Toko Tafak. And that's a club known for producing gritty, strong athletes. And he has the whole field to his right to chase. He has to be disciplined to start, to stay in contact. Well, Philip Pitt, that's Kwame Philip Pitt of Presentation, one of the senior athletes in this age group, running for Prez. Most likely he's going to be a strong school support base here. Look for him to attack the first hurdle aggressively. That's Presentation in the white top. Deshaun Trudge, very familiar figure here, Deshaun Trudge at the Hasely Crawford Stadium from Concord Athletic. Concord is a premier sprint club in Trinidad and Tobago. He placed in lane 4, so that would suggest that he has a high seed time. Top of the age bracket, expect technical polish and a strong 3-step rhythm from him. Larry Drayton of Neon Wolves, positioned right next to Trudge, has a good chance to look over his shoulder. Neon Wolves are known for their turnover speed. Lane number 6, Valentine DeAndre of Toko Tafak. Well, he's perhaps the rookie of the event, effectively an under-15 athlete running in the under-17 category. And he gives away 2 years to the guys to his left. Huge learning experience and a huge learning curve for him. And if he can adapt himself well, look out for him in the future, certainly. Lane number 7 is Anthony Alexander, Burnley Athletic, and he's running blind on the outside lane. You really won't see the race unfold until the things get going. Well, you'll see out of the corner of his eye, really, especially if he's out in front. And he needs to run his own race and focus strictly on his lane discipline here. He's also in white, same as the Presentation athlete. Toko Tafak, athlete in red. And Deshaun Trudge, just looking at him warm up and get over that first hurdle, he looks like he's going to be the favorite to take this one. Also given the fact that he's in lane number 4. So this is the first event for 2026. A lot of nerves for the athletes and also for the coaches. They've been working with the athletes for the last month or so, doing all the conditioning and the periodization, and just gives them a good opportunity to see where they're at in terms of their development. And as we mentioned earlier, these young athletes will be hoping to compete for Trinidad and Tobago in the Carifta Games. Carifta Games will be going to Grenada this year. It was here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium last year. It was a huge gala. Great event, and certainly track and field got a good shot in the arm after that. So Jones in 2, Philip Pitt in 3, Trudge in 4, Drayton 5, Valentine 6, and Alexander in 7. Those are the lane assignments for this, the boys on the 17 110-meter hurdles. Well, they've been asked to stand up there. Someone wasn't quite ready. And Drayton, just to the right of Trudge, so the Toko Tafak athlete, DeAndre Valentine, he actually misbalanced and fell forward, I think. It was, in fact, Drayton who fell forward. No Valentine in of the Toko Tafak colors. So they reset mentally, physically, as they get ready for the restart here. They're called to their marks once again. And here to go. They're off this time. And it is Drayton just ahead of Trudge. Trudge is getting some problems with the hurdles. And here is Drayton out in front. And he should take this one quite comfortably. Gets across the line. Larry Drayton of Neon Wolves. Trudge may have clipped the first hurdle. And as a result, he really lost his rhythm. Wasn't able to maintain that three-step rhythm that he would have hoped for. And it was noticeable that he was chopping his stride and switching to that 4 and sometimes 5-step pattern halfway through the race. And that's where he lost out. So good run from Drayton. Drayton in 16.502. 16.502 for Drayton. So that'll do it for the boys under 17, 110-meter hurdles. And we'll go now to the boys under 20 hurdles. And here's the field for that. Presentation College, Jamal Sandy in lane number 2. Toko Tafak and Terrell Hernandez in 3. Neon Wolves and Omari Brown in 4. That should be a familiar name to Trinidad and Tobago. Omari Brown, an outstanding athlete. Start at the Carifta Games in Trinidad and Tobago. And right next to him, Tyreek Vincent, a gold medalist at the Carifta Games. He's Concord Athletic, number 5. So I'm warming up earlier today. Lane number 6, Alphas, Jelani Paris, and maximizing athletic potential in lane number 7, Mark Weston. So it doesn't appear that Jelani Paris of Alpha will be competing today. So the field has contracted to 5 suddenly. And Presentation College presenting a team here today, so that's good to see. Tariq Vincent has run straight over one of the hurdles, the second hurdle, in fact, so he's going to put that back up. Very strongly built young man, Tariq Vincent. Certainly a great athlete to look forward to in the future. Concord is a powerhouse club, and Vincent is in the prime lane. And he is perhaps the oldest athlete in the field. Classic setup. The veteran is 500 down. The youngster 4 versus 5. Omari Brown. Vincent. Certainly good estimation of where they are in their preparation for Carifta Games and certainly World Juniors after this race. Coaches will be looking on quite interestedly, find out where they are at. They are called to their marks. So the action is in lane 4, Brown, and 5, Vincent. Sandy in 2, Hernandez 3, Brown 4, Vincent 5, and Weston in 7. And they're all here. Vincent is trying to catch up here as they go over the 5th hurdle. It's neck and neck at the moment. Brown slightly ahead. Brown changes lead, but Vincent is coming back strong, and it is Vincent that may get there first. Good run by Vincent. They went neck and neck, mano a mano, all the way through. And Tyreek Vincent, let's the time is. Vincent takes it at 14.061. Vincent, 14.061. At the half time, 14.082. So the two outstanding runners in the race, just edging ahead, Tyreek Vincent. It was just about the penultimate hurdle. That's where he started to pull ahead, and Brown was not able to match him. Great stuff here. On the 20, 100 goals. We will have the goals on the 15, 100-meter dash. That's what they're setting up for. It just is. They will take some time to remove it, so good time to tell you you are watching Wave TV. No just yet, but in terms of the events that will be taking place, the long jump is going on at the moment, in fact. But we will have the girls under 15 110-meter dash. That will start off competition in the 100 meters. That is going to come up next. So we turn our attention now to the straightaway for event 22, the girls on the 15 100-meter dash. These young ladies are not yet eligible for Carifta, but this very much is the nursery of speed. They're chasing in the footprints of athletes like Zaya Tobias and Shaniqua Bascom. And keep your eyes on the center of the track for section 4, where Zenit Athletic and Memphis Pioneers are the camps to beat. And certainly the coaches will be looking for something in the region of 12.8. If you see that, well, that's certainly going to be a future international potential. It is the first race of the year, so I don't think we're going to see that time here today. But Carifta Games is officially begins with the under 17 age group. There's no official under 15 category. So this race really is the nursery for the 2027, 2028 Carifta teams. These athletes are competing to hit the developmental benchmarks that will allow them to transition into the under 17 bracket next season. So what is competitive at under 15 level? Well, if you get 12.5, that's elite level. Anywhere between 12.6 and 12.9 is highly competitive nationally. Just to give you a reference, the Carifta under 17 standard is between 11.9 and 12.10. So that's the kind of target you're looking at for this one. Let's give you the lane assignments for the girls under 15 100-meter dash. And we start off in lane number 3. There was due to be Kiana Mark of Memphis in 2. Zaya Thomas of Memphis is in 3. Jaylene Mohammed of Burnley in 4. Santa Marie Bailey of Trackblazers in 5. Kania Tommy of ZC Athletics in 6. And Zuri Bruce of Memphis Pioneers in 7. Youngest of the athletes here involved in this one. Just 5 from lane 2 to lane 7. Well, the athletes have been asked to stand up there. I think it was the athlete in lane number 4. That's Jaylene Mohammed of Burnley. She has her hands on her head. She was stepping out of the lane, just trying to anticipate the gun. And what's the official going to do? They're going to walk across and have a... What are they going to tell her? Well, actually, they're walking across to talk to the athlete in lane number 5. That's Santa Marie Bailey of Trackblazers. So, bit of a warning. That's all that's going to be. Thomas in 3, Mohammed in 4, Bailey 5, Tommy 6, and Bruce in 7. So it might be a bit of a nervous time here for the likes of Mohammed and Bailey. Those two would have fallen over the line before the gun went. And here they go. It's a good start for Tommy of ZC Athletics. She's out in front at the moment, and she's pulling ahead of the field. Thomas and Mohammed on the outside are trying to catch up with her. But with this, Tommy gets across the line first for ZC Athletic. And that was easy. She was easing up to the line as she got there. Zaya Thomas and Jaylene Mohammed in lanes 3 and 4 were contesting the second and third place. 12.993. That's the fastest time for Kania Tommy. So that is a pretty good time there, in light of what I was telling you about the competition standards. So good run here for Tommy to start things off for ZC Athletics. So 3 more events in the girls under 15 100-meter event. So we'll go across that shortly. So 12.993. Mohammed 13.509 and Thomas 13.59, I believe it was. Let's go across to section number 2 of the girls under 15 100-meter dash. And this is section 2. We have Jalea Hall of Memphis Pioneers In 2, Janisa Wynn of Tranquility in 3, Samira Taylor of PT Achievers in 4, Khadija Butler of Memphis Pioneers in 5, Rebecca Edwards of Sangre Grande in 6, Sade Stevenson of Burnley Athletic in 7, and Joanna Huggins of Fulfilling Athletic Potential in lane number 8. Well, no Huggins of Fulfilling Athletic Potential. She is not competing. All the other athletes are there. So Hall in 2, Wynn in 3, Taylor 4, Butler 5, Edwards 6, and Stevenson in 7. Butler and Edwards expected to contest this one. And they go. It's a good start. Not a great start there for Edwards, who is left back in the line, but it is going to be Khadija Butler that comes to the front. But Sade Stevenson is challenging her, but she is not going to catch up with her. That's an excellent run there by Khadija Butler, who gets across the line first. Certainly not as fast as the first, I would think. But Sade Stevenson of Burnley and Khadija Butler of Memphis Pioneers, those are the two main combatants in that one. And it was Butler who got there first. Butler with the double T, similar in spelling to the way the former England captain Jos Butler spells his name. And Butler in 13.411. 13.411 for Butler in winning Section 2. So we go across immediately to Section 3, where I'm seeing 5 athletes out there. So in Section 3, here's the lineup. In 2, Camille Bishop of Neon Wolves. In 3, Sky Charles of Cougars. In 3, Jalea Laidlow of Trailblazers. In 4, Trackblazers, correction, in 4. In 5, from Memphis Pioneers, Cumberbatch Samuel. And in lane number 7, Sophia Snaggs of PT Achievers. So that's the lane assignments for section number 3. Coming up in section number 4, that's where it really heats up. Zaria Tobias and Akila Chinapu will be racing in that one. So that one we're looking forward to, certainly. Well, in the couple of the athletes didn't get off to great starts, but they will have a chance to redeem themselves as the season goes along. And, of course, in the 100 meters, it's not just about movement in the first 10 meters. It's about exploding down the track. At under 15 level, athletes usually pop just that little bit too quickly. And really got to look out for who stays low at the start. And you really want to see that straight line from heel to head as they drive. So here we go. Section number 3, girls under 15, 100-meter dash. Out there, someone wasn't quite ready, as you would expect. These are young athletes under the age of 15, so they are a couple of raw nerves out there. Let's see who the official is going across to. It is the athlete in lane number 3. That's Jalea Laidlow. At least that's the lane where the official is standing in. Jalea Laidlow of Trackblazers. So she has something to think about as they get ready for the start. Bishop in 2, Charles 3, Laidlow 4, Cumberbatch Samuel 5, and Snaggs in 7. Good start here from Laidlow. Cumberbatch Samuel also goes well, but it is Cumberbatch Samuel that takes over the lead quite early here. And at the halfway stage, she is driving towards the line, and she should win this one quite comfortably. Snaggs makes a leg challenge as well as the Cougars athlete, Charles. But Cumberbatch Samuel, clear winner in this one. She took control of the race pretty early, and by the halfway stage, she was already large and in charge. 13.509 is her time. 13.509. So that's the slowest of the 3 winners so far. So Kenia Tommy, she's leading this event, but this is where the competition really heats up here in this girls under 15 100-meter event. And Zaria Tobias is in this one, as well as Akila Chinapu. So Jalen Roberts of IG Fastlane in 2, Zaria Tobias, the Zenith athlete, in 3, Akila Chinapu of Simplex in 4, Kalani Weeks of Memphis in 5, Kaya Dyer of Trackblazers in 6, and Destiny Arnold of Burnley in lane number 7. Zaria Tobias of Zenith, most likely the favorite in this event because of a lane seating and club pedigree. And Zenith athletes tend to have a very strong technical start. So you look out for that for Zaria Tobias. Kila Chinapu also from Simplex. And the Chinapu name and Simplex really goes together well. And Simplex has a history of strong finishers. So we'll see what Chinapu can achieve. She is in lane number 4. And she has Zaria Tobias. Simplex, of course, in the white outfit. And she has Tobias just to her left. So that's where the action is in this one. Lanes 3 and 4. But look out for a surprise in this one also. There's the start of the last one. It is the Burnley athlete, Destiny Arnold, who's off to a great start here. But Chinapu has taken over the lead. Arnold is not finished, but Chinapu is streaming towards the line and gets there first. Arnold is in second place, and I think it was Zaria Tobias that took it in third place. So Chinapu, 12.493. That's the fastest time, and she unofficially will win the girls under 15 100-meter dash in these time finals here. Girls under 15. That's the best time so far of the day. We were expecting the quickest times to come in this one, as you would expect. The seeded athletes involved, and she did not disappoint. So Akila Chinapu and Kenaya Tommy, look out for those two names maybe later on in the season. Let's see how they develop. Will they be the ones we see in Carifta next year and the year after, if not this year? Now, the boys on the 15 100-meter dash about to begin. Event number 23. We're looking at the future of Trinidad and Tobago sprinting here. Lane 5 of Section 5, Memphis Pioneers, Josiah Caton. Memphis is a club that brought us the Carifta silver medalist. Look out for Cougars Track and Field in Lane 4, well known for their explosive starts. And certainly this is the age gap. They're athletes in the under 15 category. These athletes are in the pre-Carifta window. And the goal here isn't just winning, it's preparing their bodies for the under 17 standard, which they will face in a couple of years. Alex Sipasad and Jaden Goodridge of Burnley, they certainly did set the pace in the under 17s last year. And these boys are chasing them. A time of 11.5, 11.8 was considered excellent for this particular age group. There are 4 sections in this race. So we'll start off with 1, of course. Samuel Roberts of Toko in 1. Damari Lampkin of Neon Wolves in 2. Javon Williams of Sangre Grande in 3. Seth Sylvester of Cougars in 4. Hosea Cummings of Tranquility in 5. DeAndre Charles of Memphis in 6. Keyshawn Wilkinson of Trailblazers in 7. And Mackay Ransom of PT Achievers in 8. Yes, there is a youngster called Keyshawn in here. Just a reminder that Keyshawn Walcott won the gold medal at the Olympics in 2012, and we have a young Keyshawn who was born in 2012. So it can only mean he was named after the great man who has graced this stage many times. So Section 1, Boys Under 15 event, full field. There they go, and an athlete falls at the line. That's Williams of Sangre Grande, goes down. But Cougars, Seth Sylvester out in front, and he is striding nicely, looking very comfortable as he crosses the line. 12.37 is the flash time for Seth Sylvester. So easy for Sylvester as he gets to the line first. 12.443 for 4.33 is his times. Lampkin, 942, correction. So set Sylvester there pretty early and took control by the halfway stage. He was gone at that point. Lampkin in second, 12.842, and Wilkinson in third. And his time just under 14 seconds. So that was section number 1, boys under 15. Section number 2, they're just getting ready for that. And this one I'm seeing, it's a full field of 8 here. So Keelan Noel of Tranquility in 1, Joshua Solomon of Simplex in 2, Ronaldo Bob of Toko in 3, Romano Caden of Memphis Pioneers is in 4 in the blue of Memphis. Armani McKellar of Burnley in lane number 5. Just coming back from his warm-up run at the moment. Armani McKellar. Nathan Lafoucard of Cougars in 6. Kamari Samuel of Memphis Pioneers is in 7. And Josiah Thompson of Phoenix Athletics, he's in lane number 8. Those are the lane assignments for the boys under 15. Second section. Burnley Burnley athletes tend to be well coached, so look out for the Burnley athlete McKellar in lane number 5. Also Cougars, Lafoucard in 6. Those two certainly will challenge here, as well as Romano of Memphis in lane number 4. That's the big 3 that we would think in this one. And there to go. Slight fumble by Romano at the start, and he falls back. But it is the Simplex man, Josiah Thompson, that is challenging. But he's getting a late challenge here from Thompson of Phoenix. But he gets there. Solomon of Simplex held on to win. And Josiah Thompson may have actually come through to take second place there. So Simplex taking the win, and Solomon takes it in 12.379. Thompson second, 12.558, and Samuel third, 12.663. Those are the top 3 athletes. So still fastest time so far in this event. It's timed events, don't forget, is Josiah Solomon of Simplex in lane number 2. We'll go across immediately to to section number 3. And this also, well, this was due to be 8 athletes were entered for this one. I'm seeing 6 out there, so there is no athlete in lane number 8. Vinay Dookie of Presentation College is not going to be racing with us today. And it appears that Amazia Marshall of Cougars is also not going to be competing. Not seeing the green of Cougars there. So let's tell you who is there. Section 3 of the boys under 15, 100 meters. Kadesh Frank of Memphis Pioneers. He's in lane number 1. In lane 2, Aiden Tate of Simplex. Zane Rock of Trailblazers is in 4. In lane number 5, Orison Niles of Phoenix is there. Number 6, Aiden Lafoucard of Memphis is in that lane. In lane number 7, Daniel Alfred of Neon Wolves. So I can only assume that Aiden and Nathan are related. And they are born, well, actually, it's spelled slightly differently, but those 2 athletes with the same last name. So they're heading to their marks. So Frank in 1, Tate 2, Rock 4, Niles 5, Lafoucard in 6, Alfred in 7. This is section 3 of the boys under 15 100-meter dash here. First day of competition for the year at the Hazley Crawford Stadium in track and field. And there's the start. Excellent start in the middle there for Zane Rock. But Rock is falling back because it is Alfred Daniel who has a slight lead. But on the outside, it is Frank that takes the lead. Frank and Daniel are the ones challenging. But Frank took it from lane number 1. And Daniel Alfred of Neon Wolves, I think he held on for second place. So let's look at the time for Memphis Pioneers. Kadesh Frank, 12.084. Fastest time of the day so far. Alfred, just over 12 seconds. I'll tell you what that time is, but certainly Frank has the fastest time of the day. So it is Alfred in second, 12.364, and Lafoucault in third, 12.666. So the three fastest times so far: Frank, 12.084, Joshua Solomon, 12.379, and Seth Sylvester, 12.433. Those are the winners of the three events so far. It is a timed final, so there's no semifinals, of course, no final. Whichever athlete performs the fastest time will win. Now, this is where all the action is. You would expect the fastest and the highest seeded athletes in this one. Chris Burke of Fulfilling Athletic Potential is in 2. Lutchman of Trackblazers in 3. Mackay Johnson of Cougars in 4. Josiah Caton of Memphis Pioneers in 5. Caden Beard of Simplex in 6. Emmanuel Cupid of Phoenix in 7. And the Camden Riley of Burnley is in lane number 8. Cougars are always competitive, so look out for Mackay Johnson. What can he produce in this one? Oh, that was a couple of athletes there were well in front of the line before the gun went. Tried to literally jump the gun, as they say. And the starter's not pleased here. It looked like Lutchman and Johnson were two of the very aggressive starters there in that one. So they're going to have a bit of a discussion. Oh, the card is coming out. That was very, very naughty of the athlete. Let's see what's going to happen here. And 3, Johnson is already walking away. Yes, Johnson is gone from the field. He was the one who really jumped out in front. Let's just confirm that there. It is, in fact, it is not Johnson. It is Lutchman, Isaiah Lutchman of Trackblazers, the one that goes. The Johnson of Cougars in 4, still very much there. There we go with the start. A slightly slower start than we would have expected, but Josiah Caton, he has taken the lead. Wow, what a run from him. He is way in front, 10 meters in front as he gets across the line. 11.47 is the flash time for Josiah. Wow, that was a really good run there from the man in the middle of the picture. And Josiah Caton, they're getting the time of 11.504. 11.504. That is the fastest time of the day. Let's give you the time so far. Lutchman false started. Caton 11.504. Johnson 13.144. And didn't quite see who was in third place, but that was certainly brilliant stuff there by Memphis Pioneers. And Josiah Caton, he had the fastest time. Bailey was third, 13.219. That was the third place in this one. So certainly the overall winner unofficially in the boys under 15 100 meter dash, Josiah Caton of Memphis Pioneers. Great run from him, and certainly the best we've seen so far today. Well, we go across now to the girls under 17 100 meter dash. This is where things get serious. These athletes are fighting for spots in the 2026 Carifta team. And let's break down the field for the first section. Not seeing an athlete in lane number 5, so there is going to be no Ocean Alexander. Debbie Set of Simplex in 2. Here we go with the start. Great start here from Chelsea Joseph. And she is streaming towards the line, taking control early, and she has a big lead over Deviset and Charles. Great run by Chelsea Joseph of Point Fortin. New Jets, the athlete out of Labray, gets the win. And Deviset and Riley contested second place. Joseph winning in 12.426. 12.426. Remember that time. That's the fastest time so far in section number 1 for this one. Girls under 17, 100-meter dash. Second is Deviset, 12.917, and Charles in 13.060. She got third place. So section number 2 now. And we have 5 sections in this one, just to remind you. And last year here in Trinidad, we saw the under 17 girls go 11.6 seconds. So that's the mountain that these young ladies have to climb. So we have Prudhomme is in lane number 2. Kiara Edwards of FAD, she is in lane number 4. Malika Bernard of Phoenix is in 5. Simon Kernahan, hyphenated last name, of Achievers is in 6. Siobhan Quintero of Neon Wolves in 7. And Amelia Jones of Simplex is in lane number 8. So no athlete in lane number 4. So Sadie Joseph will not be racing today. She is with Trackblazers. Hope everything is all right. So the lane assignments, Prudhomme in 2. Edwards in 3. Then we go to lane 5. Bernard in 5. Simon Kernahan in 6. Quintero in 7. And Jones of Simplex is in number 8. Fair start. On the outside, Jones of Simplex getting the best of the starts. On the inside, Prudhomme is trying to catch up with her, but Jones is striding away quite smoothly and will will this one comfortably ahead of Prudhomme. And it looks like in third place may have been Simon Kernahan of PT Achievers that gets across there in third. Certainly no doubt about the winner. It is Jones in 13.280. Jones, Amelia Jones, 13.280. And she gets the win in section 2. Not as fast as the first race. Let's see who finished in second and third. Prudhomme in 13.919. And in third place, Simon Kernahan in just 14.3 seconds from what I saw. So section 3 of the girls under 17 finals just about to take place. Oh, this field has actually been decimated. It was originally supposed to be 6 athletes. And I'm not seeing a couple of the athletes there. So in lane number 3, TJ Johnson of Trackblazers. Sequoia Hernandez of Burnley is in 4. No athlete in 5 and 6. Molino of Tranquility is in 7. On a lonesome there on the outside. And no athlete in lane number 8. So 3 athletes pulling out of this one. So McKady Molino has a real challenge here. If she gets off to a good start, she has no idea what's going on behind her. So just has to trust her race plan to get the win. Sequoia Hernandez of Burnley and Tasia Johnson of Trackblazers. Those are the 3 involved. Smallest field we've seen of the day so far. These girls are in competition for immediate selection. The Carifta Games is just a couple of months away. So January to March, that's all they have to audition for places in there. And to chase the red, white, and black, they need to be running in the region of 11.95 to 12:10. That's the kind of times they're looking at. So Johnson in 3, Hernandez 4, and Molyneux in 7. Fairly even start, but Hernandez is starting to forge to the front. Molyneux has dropped way back. It's Hernandez and Johnson. Those two will be contesting this one. It's almost neck and neck at the moment. Hernandez a slight lead over Johnson, who pulls ahead to win. Well, Tay Johnson of Trackblazers looks like she was the one who took it. She did. 13.943. Hernandez 14.130, and Molyneux in 16.975. 13.943 for Johnson. Slowest of the winning times we've had so far, to give you an estimate of how it is. Weather has improved a little bit, but it is raining in Porter's Plain. A slight drizzle falling in the vicinity of the Queen's Park Savannah and the Queen's Park Oval. So if there's any cricket going on, I think they're going to have a stop there. Thankfully, it hasn't drifted towards the Hasely Crawford Stadium just yet. Looks like it might miss us to the north. That is good news. Way to the east of Trinidad and Tobago, everything is looking quite good, in fact. Another small field for this section 4. Niles of Phoenix is in 2. Gittins of RSS Phoenix. She is in lane number 3. And no athlete in 4, none in 6 and 7. So Precious Halford, the simplex athlete, is in 5. So just another small field. Niles in 2, Gittins 3, Halford 5, Phoenix, RSS Phoenix, and simplex. There we go with the start. It's a good start here for Precious Halford, and she has a small lead over Anya Gittins, but now she's starting to impose her talent on this one. And Halford is going to pull ahead and win. Flash time is 12.63. Gittins in second place, and Charlize Niles trailing the field in third. 12.652 for Halford. Gittins 13.362, and Niles 15.745. 12.652 for your winner. That is the fastest time in the last 3 races, but hasn't beaten yet the time by Chelsea Joseph of Point Fortin. In section 1, she has the fastest time of the day, Chelsea Joseph of the Point Fortin New Jets. So we're almost up to the end here, so can anyone upset that time? This particular section has some heat in it. Section 5, Leah Archibald of Simplex in 2. Eden Chiwa, who competed for Trinidad and Tobago in the Carifta Games last year. She is in lane number 3. She represents Memphis Pioneers. And many feel that the next athlete is a future Trinidad and Tobago athlete. Deja Reed of Zenith is in 4. Jael Peters of Burnley is in 5. Kellis Alexander of Neon Wolves in 6. Sophia Bristol of Point Fortin 7. And Renee Christopher was due to have been competing in lane number 8. She is not there. So we have been reduced to a field of 6 athletes. Archibald of Simplex is in 2. Chiwa of Memphis in 3. Reed of Zenith in 4. Peters in Burnley in 5. Alexander of Wolves in 6. And Bristol of Point Fortin New Jets in 7. Look out for Chiwa in 2. She's the seasoned athlete. Good start here. Chiwa is trailing at the moment here as the Burnley athlete. Jael Peters is out in front. Chiwa and Peters are battling for it. It's neck and neck as they go to the line. And was it Eden Chiwa that took it in the end? This one seems to have gone under 12 seconds. We expected this would be the hot one, and it was. 12.029 for Chiwa, Peters 12.082, and Alexander 12.356. So the athlete that we were expecting as the favorite, Eden Chiwa, she has won this race. And let's just remind you of that time for Chiwa. Chiwa 12.029. And that is the fastest time of the day. So Chiwa unofficially your winner of this event for girls under 17. And a chance here for her to rack up another participation at the Carifta Games. Last year she won a couple of bronze medals. She was part of the 4x100 meter relay team and the 4x400 meter relay team, showing her versatility as a sprinter in Chiwa last year. And we certainly hope that she will be able to make it into the team once more. So girls under 15 long jump still taking place at the moment. Boys under 17 100 meter dash. Well, this is the future of Trinidad and Tobago sprinting here. 7 sections to tell you about in this one. And given what happened at Carifta Games, I'm not surprised. This event is already heavily subscribed. And let's give you the lane assignments for section number 1. Charles of Tigers in 2. Bernard of Dookies is in 3. Mirage of Mountain Eagles in 4. Pierre of Simplex in 5. Joseph, that's Kalen Joseph, of Trackblazers in 6. George of Cougars in 7. And Takuma McKellar of Fulfilling Athletic Potential is in lane number 8. Full field. First of the events today that we've had all athletes competing. And here we go. This is a good start. On the inside, it is Charles that has run out to the front here. Shaquem Charles of Tigers is the one who's run out there and has taken absolute control of the race and gets the easy win. Well, many would have expected the heat to come from the likes of Lyndon George of Cougars, but what a run by Jakeem Charles to get the win. I think there has been a change in terms of the seedings, that a late change. Ransom actually was the athlete, not seeing his name here in the field. So Ransom, 11.416. 11.416. Ransom, will confirm his last name for you, getting the win. George second, 11.995, and Pierre, 12.014 in third place. We are ready for section number 2 now. And of seeing 6 athletes out in this one. No athlete in one of the lanes at the moment. Padmore of Phoenix in 2. Hart of Cougars in 3. In lane number 4 is Andrews of QRC. Not seeing anyone next to him, so it looks like Savian Goring of Burnley is not racing today, unfortunately for him. Pierre of Trackblazers in 6, Roach of Neon Wolves in 7, and Sinclair of Field of Dreams. He is in lane number 8. Certainly not a hot morning by any means. With the rain threatening, it's quite cool and very good for the athletes. I'm sure they would appreciate it. Last year it was very, very hot at the start of the year, so this will be a welcome change for these young men and women competing today. This is section 2, boys under 17, 100 meter dash. There's the start, and a good start on the outside for Sinclair, but it is Cougars and Sean Hart who's forged to the front, and Hart is not going to let go control of this race today. Hart gets there. Crossing the line in second is Pereira of Trackblazers. He gets the second place. This one looks certainly as it is much faster than the first. Let's take a look at that time. Hart in 11.321. Padmore gets there in second place, 11.943. Pereira, correction, in second place, and Padmore in third, 12.221. So 11.321, that is the time for Sean Hart. And certainly that did seem a bit faster than the first. It was. And Sean Hart has the unofficial lead in the boys under 17 event. Still 5 sections to go, though. We switch across immediately to section number 3. This is event number 12, correction. Waldron of Cougars in 2, John of Burnley in 3, Coker of Stallions in 4, Chandler of Achievers in 5, Matthew of Phoenix in 6, Yan of Burnley in 7, and Grant of Pioneers, Memphis Pioneers in lane number 8. So this one's going to be a fierce competition again. 2 Burnley athletes in this one. That's always a team that produces some competitive athletes. So John in lane number 3 and Jael Yan in lane number 7 are from Burnley. Memphis and Grant on the outside. So they're well represented here today, the top clubs in Trinidad and Tobago. What does John Michael Waldron of Cougars have to offer in this one? Another team that is well coached in terms of the sprint. Excellent start in the middle here. Good start here for Yan. But he's starting to trail his teammate, Isaiah John, who has the lead. But coming up to him, he might get him on the line here. Almost getting there in the end. Burnley, Isaiah John just holds on for the lead. But it was Nikhil Matthew, who was closing in like a freight train. But he only gets second place. John wins it in 11.519. 11.519 is the time for John. Matthew is in second place, 11.662, and Grant in third, 11.727. So those are the top 3 athletes in this one. But the time of Sean Hart of Cougars is the fastest so far. He achieved the time of 11.341 in section number 2. We go to section 4 now, and reminding you that there are 7 of these sections in this timed final. And 7 athletes in this field. Trackblazers are represented by Josiah Anthony in 1, Jassy Joseph of Siparia in 2, Jariel Atkins of Zenith in 3, Caden Thomas of Cougars in 4, No Athlete in 5, 6, Jeremy Henry of Memphis Pioneers, No Athlete in 2 also. So no Jassy Joseph. And then in 7, Lewis of Neon Wolves, and Campbell of Burnley is in lane number 8, wearing an unfamiliar yellow. Oh, there was a false start certainly there. And is it lane number 3? Is that Jariel Atkins who might be in some trouble here? Couple of athletes there look like they got out, just trying to jump the gun. But Jariel Atkins is looking at the ground. He's looking everywhere except at the officials at the moment here. Hope for his sake. Oh, the card is coming out. Let's see what lane he goes across to. Well, it is lane number 3, and Jariel Atkins has to go. Unfortunate for him, just got a little bit ahead of himself, and his campaign in the first event of the year comes to nothing. He will have other chances in the season to correct that. So Anthony is 1, Thomas in 4, Henry 6, Lewis 7, and Campbell in 8. Field now down to 5 athletes. And for Anthony, who is all alone by himself in lane number 1, big challenge on his shoulders now for Trackblazers, man. Good start by Burnley's Campbell. Inside of him, though, Lewis of Neon Wolves has sprung to the front. Wow, what a run here from him. And the man in lane number 7, Leonson Lewis, gets the win. Quite comfortably in the end, I have to say. Leonson Lewis, 11.463, gets the win. In second place, Thomas, 12.090. And Anthony in third, 12.474. He is the man in third place. But if that name does sound familiar to you, same name as the former strike squad left winger, Leonson Lewis, played for great distinction for Trinidad and Tobago and for Naparima College in South. And he would have been a fine sprinter, I'm sure, in his day, but football bit him quite early. But the younger of the two, Leonson Lewis here, winning for Neon Wolves, 11.463. Section 5 about to start. Let's give you a chance to, let's take a look at the field here for this one. Davis of QRC in lane number 2, Williams of Burnley in 3, Francois George of Simplex in 4, Rez of Memphis in 5, Guyton of Mountain Eagles in 6, Charles of Neon Wolves in 7, and Kisto of Trackblazers is in lane number 8. Those are the athletes who were due to start. Charles is out of this race. So just 6 athletes involved in this one. No athlete in 1 and no athlete in lane number 7. Section 5, boys under 17, 100-meter dash. Just about ready to go. Francois George is the last step into his lane. A big jump from him to just get those muscles all loose and ready for the start of the boys under 17 100-meter race. Oh, and there is another false start. Trouble here, and it looked like Darian Williams is the one who just went bolting out of the lane. And I think he's going to have to go here. Unfortunately for him, the youngster, well, there's nothing you can really do. Even the greatest of them all have false started. Usain Bolt false started in the 100 meters at Berlin in 2009. So even the greatest of athletes have done it. And it is the man from Burnley who has to go. So unfortunate there for Darian Williams. He has false started and he is out of this race. So here's the remainder of the field. Francois Davison 2, Francois 4, Rez 5, Guyton 6, and Kisto in 8. And there is the start. Good start from the middle for Memphis man Rez. He is challenged on the outside by Simplex's Francois, and it's Francois that has a slight lead going into the line, and he will hold on to that lead and take it in just over 12 seconds. Nice run there by Francois George, Kurt Francois George to give his full name, and he gets the win. 12.097 is his time. Rez in second, 12.301, and Guyton in third, 12.297. So you can tell there are a lot of nervous athletes are today. The number of false starts that we've had in this event so far, and you would expect that. These are youngsters still working their way, learning the disciplines. So Sean Hart's time is still standing. That was achieved, it seems, eternity ago. In Section 2, 11.341. Section 6 about to go. Let's take a look at the field for this one. 7 athletes out there. So there's 1 athlete who's not competing today. I believe that is lane number 8, Jonathan Huggins of Fulfilling Athletic Potential. He's not going to be competing. So here's the field. Ezekiel Jones of Toko in 1. Nikel Gill of Burnley in 2. Elijah Derrick of Simplex in 3. Javon Kennedy of Neon Wolves in 4. Kwame Philip Pitt of Presentation in 5. Caden Abraham of Trackblazers in 6. And Shakori Aldridge of Mountain Eagles is in lane number 7. Those are the athletes there. Last to step into his lane is Elijah Derrick of Simplex. A big jump from him as he gets ready here. So certainly hope that we won't see any more false starts. A couple of athletes from the previous event now getting across. Here's a good start in the middle of the track, but also a good start for Nickel Gill of Burnley. He has a slight lead, but here comes a challenge from Neon Wolves, and Javon Kennedy is trying to get there. Willie, I don't think he got there. It looks like the Burnley man got there before him. And Shakori Aldridge of Mountain Eagles also put in a good race at the end. Gill gets there in 11.74, 746. Kennedy in second, 11.802. And Abraham in 11.946. Those are the top three. So 11.7 for Nickel Gill. Oh, that still has not beaten the 11.3 that we saw from Sean Hart earlier today. So section number 7 now. And it is section 7 of this first day of track and field action here in Port of Spain, Trinidad. And a chance here, final chance for one of these athletes to put their name up in lights here. Sean Hart is the outstanding athlete so far, 11.341. He achieved that in section 2. Here's the last section of the boys under 17. We go next to the girls under 20 and then the boys under 20. There's also open races for men and women in the 100-meter event. Always the event that most people look forward to. Most of Trinidad and Tobago's success at the Olympics has come from this particular event. Need I remind you that the man whose name is on this stadium won the 100-meter event at the 1976 Olympics. Ferguson in 1 of Elite, Goodridge of Burnley in 2, Groves of Trackblazers in 3, Teesdale of Simplex in 4, Rogers of Cougars in 5, Charles of Sipari Athletics in 6, Douglas of Zenith in 7, and Mohammed of Presentation in lane number 8. Now the full field here for this one. Keep your eyes on Simplex and Isaiah Teesdale. Also next to him, Josiah Rogers. Those two might provide the big challenge here. And it is Rogers that starts very well, but he's been overtaken by Zenith and Jaquan Douglas. Douglas in a foot race now with Jaden Goodridge. Douglas and Goodridge. It is Goodridge that gets there first, just ahead of Douglas. So Goodridge gets the win. And is his time better? I think he's broken the 11-second barrier here. He has. Fastest time of the day, 10.991. Second is Douglas, 11.206. And the third athlete in 11.3. So Jaden Goodridge unofficially the winner of the boys under 17 100-meter event. Teesdale in third, 11.326. 11.326. And all three times were faster than Sean Hart's time. So Sean Hart's time has fallen to maybe about 4th place here. But Goodridge, the only athlete today to break the 11-second barrier. So the congratulations to Jaden Goodridge of Burnley Athletics, your winner in the boys under 17 100-meter event. So we're going now to the girls under 20 100-meter dash timed events. Section 4 might be where all the heat is. Imani Mills, fresh off a win last week, lining up against the Carifta hurdler, Delana Rouse, and the Point Fortin Rocket, Zeta Charles. Also, Spirit Thought for Cherise McPhee in Section 2. She won the 800 meters last week. Today, she's trading 2 laps for 1 straight line. And that's the beauty of January track and field, isn't it? So girls under 20, 100-meter dash. Just about to start here. And 7 athletes involved in this one. Stewart in 2, Smith in 3, Phillips 4, Sipasad in 5, Sampson 6, Lynch 7, and Lewis in 8. Immediately a false start. Not sure who it was. It looks like it came on the outside and might have been Tahila Lewis of Elite. Let's see what the decision is. But unlike at the lower levels where athletes are given a warning, at the under 17 level, if you infringe upon the rules, you're gone, unfortunately. And I think Someone has been false started here. Well, it is going to be the athlete in lane number 4, Zakia Phillip of Alpha. She's the one who has false started, and she has to go, unfortunately, for her. Stewart in 2, Smith in 3, Sipasad 4 in 5, Sampson 6, Lynch 7, and Lewis in 8. Oh no, there's another false start, and this time it was pretty clear. Akila Stewart of Choco Tapak has false started, so we have consecutive false starts here in this girls under 20 100-meter event. She had her hands on her mouth immediately, and unfortunately she has to go too. Akila Stewart, that was a huge false start. So how is Rhonda Smith of Memphis feeling? Athletes on either side of her false started in this race. So she is standing by a lonesome there in lane number 3. Sipasad in 5, Sampson 6, Lynch 7, and Lewis in 8. What an event-packed event we've had so far in this Section 1 event. Even start. On the outside, it is Tahila Lewis of Elite that has a slight lead, but it is Alexis Supasad of Phoenix Athletics, and she is going to get to the line first. May have been Lewis to get there second, but Supasad definitely was the one that got there, crossed the line first. Supasad, 12.814 is the time, and she wins it. Time finals again here, just to remind you. Sipasad first, Lewis in second, 13.004, and Smith in third, 13.213. Those are the top 3 times, but it is Alexis Sipasad that wins the first event of the girls under 20. How will this 12.81 stand up here? So Section 2, let's give you the athletes for Section 2. This one looks heavily subscribed. All 8 athletes out there. Deandra Daniel of Burnley in 1, Brianna Andrews of Trailblazers in 2, Keone Devonish of Phoenix in 3, Renisha Roberts of Memphis in 4, Charis McPhee of Cougars in 5, Aria Joseph of Neon Wolves in 6, Hannah Rivers of Alpha in 7, and Talise McCammon of Memphis in lane number 8. And what's interesting here is Charis McPhee is not a 100-meter sprinter. She won the under 20 800 meters last week at Eddie Hart. That's in the Keyshawn Walcott event. Dropping 700 meters down in distance over speed training, I guess you'd say, forcing her legs to tilt a little faster, even doing so in the 800-meter event. 800-meter winner in the 100-meter event here. That's going to be interesting to see how Charis McPhee of Cougars will fare in this one. Right next to her in green also of Neon Wolves is Aria Joseph. All 8 athletes out there in Section 2. Oh, brilliant start from Keone Devonish of Phoenix Athletics. That is the early leader here. And she is holding on to a lead, but a big challenge coming in here from Hannah Rivers. Rivers is not going to get there. That's an easy win for Keone Devonish of Phoenix Athletics. Commanding performance from her to get the win in 12.640. Second is Rivers in 12.950. And in third place, is it Daniel that got it in third place? It was 13.215. 13.215. But your winner, Keone Devonish of Phoenix, 12.640. So here we go across to Section 3 now. And Jada Jones of Cougars, another athlete who has an 800-meter background. She is another middle distance runner stepping down to do some speed work today. And Julian of Mova Jets. Mova Jets, she's also competing in this one. Mova Jets athletes are known for their grit. So look out for her and also in this one. Let's see how Jada Jones will go in this one, in this race. So section 3, Fitzpatrick in 2, Cook in 3, Jones in 4, Julian in 5, Abraham in 6, Keeley in 7, and Alexander in lane number 8. Section 3 about to go. No Janelle Alexander in place. And also I'm not seeing Catrice Cook of Burnley. No Catrice Cook. So the field has been shortened to 5 athletes today for this section 3. Section 3 of 4 in the girls on the 2100 meter event. There's the start. Good start from Jones. The 800-meter runner is going well, but on the outside, it is Fitzpatrick that has the lead. Jones trying to track her down. Fitzpatrick is holding on. Jones is there, and also Leah Abraham. But that's a good run, comfortable run there by Fitzpatrick to take the win. And not a bad performance at all from Jones, working on her speed here. 12.650 for Fitzpatrick. Jones 13.030 and Abraham 13.235. So Cougars clearly working on their speed work today. And not a bad effort at all from Jada Jones. She'll be proud of that, I'm pretty sure. And the last section, this is where all the heat is. And some big names in this one. Imani Mills, Memphis Pioneer. She's the former athlete. She won the under-20 60-meter dash just 6 days ago at Eddie Hart Ground, clocking 7.67 seconds. A regular podium finisher, of course. Silver in the 200 meters at the 2024 Abilene Classic. Delina Rouse, specialist in the 400-meter hurdles. Under 17 silver medalist at the 2025 Carifta Games. She's also in this one. Michaela Granderson is also a dangerous sprinter, under 17 100-meter champion at the Mason Hall Games in 2025, 11.81. And Zeta Charles of Point Fortin New Jets, certainly a dominant force in Point Fortin. She's also in this one and known for her best time still 12.50. Like New Jets, they are all here in this one. This is the showdown for the girls on the 100-meter dash. Good start on the inside. And it is Imani Mills that gets to the front. Imani Mills takes control. And she's striding away. And Imani Mills is going to take this one quite comfortably. A big race to her left for second and third. The was battling for it as well as Naomi Field. Let's take a look at the time. Mills 11.95. And she would have been the favorite for this one, and she has taken it. The Mills, Rouse in second place, and she has taken third. Been familiar figures over the last year. But I think Rouse and Robbie were very close, so they're separating the two at the moment. No doubt that Imani Mills, Charles in 12.37. Although in third, 12.352. So certainly, well, only athlete to break the 12-second barrier today in the girls under 20 is Imani Mills of Memphis Pioneers. A good time to say hello and welcome to Christopher Gill. How are you, Chris?
I'm fine, and thank you for having me here, Lydia.
Well, and
I think hopefully we'll be getting some fast times instead of the normal blazing sun out here.
oh yes, so times have certainly been fast. One athlete breaking the 11-second barrier in the boys under 17 and one the girls under 20. Still early days, of course. It's just the first day of competition for the year.
Yeah, and these under 20s, they'll be gearing up for the Carifta Games, which generally is held on the Easter weekend. So just about 3 months of preparation to go before the Carifta Games.
So these are the athletes lining up for the women's 100-meter dash open. And certainly these are the athletes who have graduated out of the juniors, and they are in that zone between juniors and seniors. Only 3 of them out there today. Not seeing Sydney Charles of Tranquility. Diamond Paul in 4. In 5, I'm seeing Teresa Thomas of Memphis Pioneers. No athlete in 7. Well, not seeing an athlete in 6, but it is in lane number 7, Akela Melville of IG Fast Lane. Those are the top 3. Those are the 3 involved in this one. So Paul in 4, Thomas 5, and Melville in 2nd. They are underway, and it is Melville of IG Fast Lane has a slight lead, but it is Paul that's fighting back. Paul fighting back, but Melville is starting to pull ahead again, and she will get to the line just ahead of Paul. Diamond Paul of Point Fortin in 2nd place, and trailing both of them was Thomas of Memphis Pioneers. Melville, 12.597. 579, correction, 12.579. She got the win, Akela Melville of IG Fastlane.
Yeah, and Paul was 12.707 and then 12.84. So they were close behind, and we had 2 non-starters. One of the things that we noticed with the ladies in some of the earlier heats, we saw a lot of false starts. So that nervousness is setting in for those athletes already. They're already looking at trying to record fast times. Remember, a lot of these athletes are up for selection or possible selection, I want to say, for Carifta Games. And now we heading into the boys under 17. No, we're going to do, we're doing the boys under 17. And so the first one of these, it's all right. And you know, everything seems to be running on time, I have to say. So in lane 1 will be Jones of Simplex, and then Mackay Solomon of Burnley, Isaac Modest in lane 3, Amadeus Ferguson, and I gotta like that name, right? We older heads are laughing here. Josiah Bedo in lane 5, Jaden Valentine lane 6, Mikel Mitchell lane 7, and Samuel Batiste. So those are the starters for this very first heat of the boys under 17.
Oh, so you're talking about names. It was a Leonson Lewis actually early on the race.
When we were doing football the other day, we came upon a name. What was the guy? Rivaldo.
Yes, Rivaldo Correa.
Rivaldo Correa. He scored on the weekend. All right, so they're down in the blocks. And all right. And they're off. A good even start. But in the middle, lane 5, it looks to be Josiah Bedo. Sorry, Jaden Valentine. I think he would have gotten there just ahead of lane 4. Amadeus Ferguson and Isaac Modest. Definitely Valentine. And he's gone a good time there. It looks like he might have recorded an 11.4. No, they've corrected it. Valentine with 11.631 was the winner of that heat. Just waiting for the times to come up. Ferguson was second in 11.718. And Modest in 11.8. So relatively quick times for boys under 17. But as the heats go along, you do expect that we'll get stiffer competition and the times will invariably go down closer to the 10-9. In this second of 6 finals, we have Daniel Briggs of UTT Patriots, then Daniel Davis of Elite Champions, Axel Johnson of Point Fortin, Nathan Mendoza of Fastlane, Cadel Coffey of Simplex, Adisa Hope of Abilene, Tayshawn Hamlet of Stallions Athletic, and Caden Lee. There. Well, they're getting into there's one scratch there that looks like Hamilton is not there, lane 7, but all the other lanes are filled. And a good start, but clearly away is the Simplex athlete. But on the inside, lane 1, Daniel Briggs is streaking away. He's not going to be caught. Oh, a staggering time, 10.71. He was miles ahead of the field. He came out, the first 2 strides were even, but then after that, Daniel Briggs just put his stamp of authority on this. He won by a long way. Daniel Briggs, 10.728 is the time that we are seeing on the board. Of course, we might get a time here, and sometimes, of course, like in all athletics, it gets corrected to the nearest 10th or sometimes 100th of a second. But that was an outstanding run by Briggs. 10.7. And yes, and we had Coffey in second place from Simplex Athletic. He would have run 11.4. So we go on to the next heat, which is section 3. They don't call it heats, they're just referring to it as sections. Everybody's getting a chance to run. In this, no runner in lane 1, so we will have lane 2 and no runner in, well, I'm not seeing, yes, there is a runner in lane 8. So Elijah Melville of IG Fastlane, Anton Griffith of Fulfilling, Khalil David of Point Fortin, Corey Phillip of Burnley, Daniel Yatili of Mountain, Jaden Lewis of PTR Achievers, and Josiah Semper of Point Fortin. They're down in the blocks. And that looked like a false start to me, but on the outside is Josiah Semper of Point Fortin is streaking away, and his teammate is hunting him down. But it's Josiah Semper, sort of a heavy stride, but 11.29. And that was a Point Fortin 1-2 with Khalil David. It did look like a false start from here. But no, the starters saw it as good. So there you had Melville 9.77 and Philip 12.082 and Yatali 12.186. So those were the top 3. And we get ready for what is called section 4. In lane 2, again, there's no runner in lane 1. So you have Yusuf Kelly of Mountain Eagles, Kyle Allen of Neon Wolves, Darius Martin of Phoenix Athletic, Micaiah Phillip of Fulfilling, Kelani Phillip of Point Fortin, Aiden Benjamin of Neon Wolves, and Keriki Saunders of Stallion Athletic. Just looking at the field here, there's Micaiah Phillip of Fulfilling. He's not in the field. Lane 5 is empty. So just 6 runners facing the start here. And they get off to a good even start. But out there is Kyle Allen. He is streaking away with that afro. And he's pulling away. He's looking good. 11:36 is Kyle Allen there. A good run by Allen. Looks like Darius Martin might have. So it's Allen, Kelly, Yusuf Kelly on the inside, and Martin. Those are the top 3. Martin with 717 and Allen with 737, and then Benjamin. But that was a good run from Allen. He got off to a fairly decent start and was able to hold the lead right through to the end of the 100. Section 5. Again, no lane 1, so you have Malik Prudent of Phoenix Athletic, Caleb Prince of Memphis Pioneers, Daniel Lewis of Tranquility, Antonio Wallace of Point Fortin, Joemel Sandy of Presentation. Let me make that assumption it's Presentation College. Jordan John of Alpha Athletics, and Kareem Thomas of Simplex Athletics. So those are the 7 runners. No lane 1. And if you're looking at the screen here, lane 8 is closest to the camera or closer to this, and lane 1 is on the inside. On the, of course, this fantastic newly laid surface here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. It's been, I think, only been put down maybe a year or 2. Just a little bit of a stall between the last event. They've been really good with the timing here at the entry. They got their systems down. So the runners are on their marks. For some reason, the start has been delayed. I'm not quite sure. If there was a technical issue. Well, the starter is going to the runner in lane 4. I'm not sure if he didn't heed the correct instructions. That's Daniel Lewis, Tranquility. They're back in the blocks and ready to go. And they're off. Good start here. But it's all lane 3. Caleb Prince is striding away from them. The others are trying to get it. He has a long loping stride. He's looking for a 10, but just over the 10.99 mark. 11-12 for Caleb Prince. I think on the inside would have been Malik Prudent of Phoenix Athletic, might have gotten second. Yes, I'm right. And Daniel Lewis of Tranquility in third. So there you have it, 11-160, 11-583, and 11-709 for Prudent. That is your top 3. And we get section 6 of 6 here. Looks like a full field. So Nicholas Barnett of Tranquility in lane 1. J. Youth Lewis, Trackblazers, lane 2. Cristiano Perez, QRC Athletic, lane 3. Alex Sipasad, Phoenix Athletic, lane 4. Zacchaeus Charles, Point Fortin, lane 5. Jonas Gaitan, Cougars, lane 6. Elijah Gibbs Clark in lane 7. And MacLear Nathaniel, Neon Wolves, lane 8. They have had scratches, so let's make sure that all the runners are there. Certainly lane 1, 2, 3, 4. The only runner I'm not seeing would be 8. That would be Nathaniel from Neon Wolves. There's no runner in lane 8 right now. But yes, definitely no runner in lane 8. So we have runners in 7 runners taking the start, lanes 1 through 7. It's a bit of a hush over the stadium. I haven't heard it so quiet. And they're off. And it's a good start. Jamal Sandy he is being blown away by Antonio Wallace. Daniel Lewis, then Wallace, then Sandy. 10:54. He didn't get out to the best start. Sipasad. He didn't get out to the best start. But he's definitely got his speed up just around mid-track and really pulled away in the last 50 meters. He's looking back to see what time he did. He'll come up on the board soon, young man. That's it, 10:557. Charles, 10:664. And Gaitan did 10:7, it looks like. That was a really good run. There you see it. Gaitan did a 10:893, but 10:557. That has to be the fastest time recorded for the morning so far. So Sipasad, and he's put himself front and center for the Carifta trials. I'm not sure if that time, and I'll have to talk to my co-host, if that time is a good qualifying. Has he met the qualifying standard? But we'll try and find out. That is certainly a fantastic time. 10:557. That was Alex Sipasad. Really good run from the young man. And he didn't get off to the best start, but he certainly picked it up about midway through. And we've seen some fast. And so we're looking at the times from last year in Carifta. You have to run a tad faster. 10:41 was bronze. So he's going to have to run. But early days yet. He has a couple of months to train. In the meantime, we're looking at guys warming up for the long jump. I don't think that's the actual competition. So we're looking at the men 100-meter open. And section 1 of the 3 finals. Jason John is in lane 2. No runner in lane 1. Jalen Sargent, lane 3. Kigel Chance, lane 4. Darius George, lane 5. Nathaniel Semper, lane 6. Jassy Murray, lane 7. And Kwame Jofi, lane 8. So 10:55. And we all are buzz here with that time. It's really a good time from the young man. So this is the open. Of course, the way the heats are being structured, you'd think that the last heat would have all the explosive runners in it. But, of course, it's a new year, and you're not sure who has done all the training. So you're going to see who's doing the hard work. So they're down. As I said, no runner in lane 1, just runners lane 2 through 8. John, Sargent, Chance, and they're off. And on the outside, here's Joe Field. It's really even. But it looks like lane 4 could be George or Chance. One of the two there. 10:93. It is Chance. 10:971. Running out of lane 4. Sargent with 11:171. and John, they were all close together. Sergeant was in lane 3. John was on lane 2. We're waiting for the time for, and John gets his time, 11:3:72, sorry. That's a really good time. So these guys obviously have some more work to do. Certainly if they want to catch Alexi Passad, they'll have a lot of work to do. And section 2 of the 3 finals are coming up now. Aaron Atwell is in lane 1. Matthew Graham, lane 2. Kadene Alexander, lane 3. Naeem Nelson, lane 4. Yudhishka Ori, lane 5. Justin Ramdas, lane 6. Jeremiah Grant, lane 7. And Rene Kabi, lane 8. It does look like all 8 runners are here. Rene Kebi is Masters Athletics. One has to make the assumption he might be a master. And I'm getting the approving nod from my co-host. Just looking at his stature, I made that approximation from this distance. Lane 6 is empty, so it's just 7 runners. So just Justin Ramdas of Maximizing is not in the event. Runners are set. They're getting down in their marks. Atwell in 1, Graham 2, Alexander, Nelson, Ori, and then Grant and KB in the last 2 lanes. And they're off. Good start. But clearly, Alexander is streaking away with Graham on his side. It's Alexander and Graham. Graham is fighting back on the inside. Ooh, that was a close finish. Just at the line, Graham started to lean. I think he thought he could get Alexander. He might have tied himself up, but he didn't. 11:015 to 11:061. That's been the closest finish we have had so far. And then distant third, Grant, who was running in lane 7, and 11:2. So a victory there for Kadeem Alexander. Just holding out Matthew Graham. And then you had Grant running 11:233. So we get down into the section 3. Let me just look here and see how many sections we have of. No, this is the 3rd one. So you expect some of the big names, and just looking at some of these guys, you know these are the big guns. All right. Malcolm Douglas in lane 1 from Fulfilling. Samuel Stewart, lane 2, Burnley Athletic. Lorne Leacock, Neon Wolves in lane 3. Jill Roberts, UTT Patriots, lane 4. Jeremiah St. John, Elite Champions, lane 5. Nikhil Denoon, UTT Patriots, lane 6. Zurel Edwards, Point Fortin Jets, lane 7. And in lane 8, Johan Biput, UB Track Academy. Or we have just the AN, so I make the assumption it's Academy. Let's make sure all the starters are there. I'm seeing almost everybody. Sometimes it's difficult before they all line up. It looks like we have a scratch in lane 3, so that would be Leacock, might not be in the event. Yep. So just 7 runners. Lane 3 is scratched. One runner is taking quite a long time to get down. Either that or it's a very unconventional. Well, we have a false start in lane 2. Samuel Stewart just jumped the gun. And based on the rules of the event, I think that is a disqualification, and he more than likely will be removed from the event. I think he knows his fate and is more than willing to accept it. Lane 8, Johan Biput is just very unconventional. He's not down in the blocks at all. He's standing up almost, I want to say almost upright, but he isn't almost upright. So now we have 6 runners. A lot of tension. Very unconventional. He's in the blocks. His feet are in the blocks, but he's not down. And they're off. Well, he's been left in the blocks, to be quite honest. And it's a fantastic run here from lane 4. Roberts, he's put his arms out, runner 10.64 in lane 5. Jeremiah St. John there, celebrating long before the line. He was well ahead of the field. Everybody else was running for second place. 10.657 is the time given to him. Denoon half a second back at 11.102, and Roberts at 11.320. They were all in a different race from Jeremiah John. So that is the 100-meter. And we probably going to be switching up. I see the track is being set for the 400-meter event. Much different. And we're going to start with the girls on the 400-meter dash. And so they are coming out. And as we take time, I just want to remind you, looking at live from the Hazley Crawford Stadium. This is the first athletic meet for the year that the entry aids have put on. It's Series 1 here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. And you're watching Wave Sport TV. In the meantime, I'm not sure if our cameras are picking up that there is the long jump competition taking place. I'm not sure if that, just looking at the young men, I would want to say definitely under 17. Yes, it is, and you're seeing it clearing the pit. And of course, you got to understand that over the last 10 years, the entries has made a concerted effort to increase participation in throws and jumps. We have achieved some of our best success, of course, with Kishon Walcott in the throws. But we have also had a couple of other people with the jumps, and so it is coming along. All right, we're just going to add while the track is set up.
Tonight we're here with
Richard.
Okay, Richard. Is this your first Republic CPL match?
No.
And how is the experience so far?
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Can't complain.
Okay. Are you more excited to see batting or bowling tonight?
Actually, the entire game.
The entire game.
Yeah. It's one of the biggest so far. No man, we blow away Guyana. This is the biggest. This is the toughest challenge we have to face.
Nice. And last question: who are your 3 top TKR players?
Aaron Pollard, and then we have Sunil Narayan and Colin Bono.
Okay, thank you. Karina. Okay, so Karina, can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Aki Hussein, Nicholas Puran, and Karen Pollard.
Nice. And can you tell us what are you more excited for tonight? Is it the batting or the bowling?
Well, the batting of course.
Thank you, Karina.
Follow me then. Every man, every man, every bitch, every fan, every deal, every wicked, every storm. And the art and soul and passion, and the culture, Caribbean blood. When people come out of nation, it's a team in a unit.
This lovely, must say again, lovely cricket supporter, Dector. Now, I've seen a lot of TKR jerseys through this season, but this is the first one I see looking good. You understand what I say? So let's get night now. What's your name? Naomi Patterson, a lovely name to go with that face. Now, what part of Trinidad are you from?
South, deep south, Erin.
Erin, so you came, this is like a long drive to come here?
Not so much.
Okay, and who's your favorite player?
Casey Carty.
That is good, that's the first one I've got, because I've got a lot of Pollards, I've got a lot of Purans.
I'm ready for the competition. You not take intimidation. Ready, woman or man. We have no man. This is how we play the game. This is how we play. And we gon' represent and show them who we stand for. Let's turn it up and light the flame. If you're not here to give it all, then what you here for? So get up.
TKR here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here. And gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina. I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time. And TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
But top 3 players. I will drop off. And I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how are you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Guyana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, you all have a good night. Bye.
Now, what is your name?
Back live. So just again, it's the 400-meter girls under 17. No, girls under 15. Kaya Dyer in lane 1. Khadija Butler. Zaira Tobias. Unique Chance. Kaylee Wiltshire. Aisha Williams. Zaria Simmons. And Brittany Morgan. And they're off. But I want to say lane 1 is scratched. And a couple other lanes are definitely scratched. Going down the back stretch. Looks like Kaylee Wiltshire of Abilene is just striding away at this point. As we hear the horns and a lot of support. But of course, sometimes you go out hard in that 400 and you pay for it in the last 2. Coming back at her strongly. Looks like Tobias. And Tobias has caught her in the turn. And Tobias is running away and also going to catch her in the turn is Butler. But Butler is finishing the strongest of the set. Tobias is tying up. Here comes Khadija Butler of Memphis Pioneers. She cruises past Butler. Wiltshire is jogging at this stage. Simmons has passed her. And that's... So there we have it. Butler from Tobias, from Simmons. Wiltshire makes it home for 4th. And then finishing 5th with the Aisha Williams. Well, what a race there. Butler in a time of 101.438. Tobias 103.1. And Morgan, who was fast finishing on the outside here, 107. And as I said, we had two non-starters, Chance and Williams. Chance would have been lane 4, and the other Williams, would have been lane 6. The second segment is section, the 400-meter girls under 15. And here we go. Jalea Hall in lane 1. Kenia Tommy in lane 2. Kadawia Edwards, lane 3. Dasha Gormandy, lane 4. Annalise Musio, lane 5. Jalea Laidlow, lane 6. Kalani Weeks, lane 7. And Maya Regis, lane 8. The only person not there, it looks like, is lane 6. That is Jalea Laidlow. Still checking her blocks. I don't think she's absolutely 100% sure they are where they're supposed to be. She's still measuring. Is lane 1 Hall. All right, she has set them now. So Hall is in 1, Tommy in 2, Edwards 3, Gormandy 4, Musio 5, Laidlow is a scratch. And then we have Weeks and Regis rounding out the field. They're on their marks. And they're off. Even start. But lane 7 has started the fastest. That is Weeks. Has gone out faster than everybody by a country mile, to be quite honest. But she's being chased hard by Musio in lane 5. And those two are extending the lead well over the others. Musio has made up the stagger. And she is hitting the front now. Just as Weeks is running out of a bit of steam here. Inside lanes are coming back. It's way out front. Way out front is Musio. Right now in lane 2, Tommy is looking for a good second place. Weeks is struggling to come home. But Musio is going to get there first. Tommy is running hard and will get there second. It's a battle for third, and everybody seems to be dive for the line. And then it was between Hall, Weeks, and Gormandy, it looked like. We're not sure who would have gotten it. A dive for the line there. So Musio 101.505 is the winner, no doubt. Tommy 105.173 in second. There's no doubt about those two places. It's the third place, and they have given it to Hall on the inside with that dive. She did 109.252 as against 109.276. So there you have it, Musio, and then 109.300 was Gormandy. So it was close for third. Just separated by less than 0.2 of a second. All right, Heat 3 is on the blocks. There's no run in lane 2. So Camille Bishop in lane 1, sorry. Camille Bishop lane 2, Kiana Mark in lane 3, Zia Thomas in lane 4, Sky Charles in lane 5, Jolene St. Hill lane 6, Samuel, well, they just have her last name as Samuel Kamabach. Obviously she has, we don't know first name as yet. And Joanna Huggins in lane 8. But there's no Joanna Cummins is scratched. So it's lanes 2 to 7 with the exception of lane 3. Kiana Mark is also scratched. So we just have 5 runners in this section. Lane 2, lane 4, 5, 6, 7. Those are the runners. So Bishop, Thomas, Charles, St. Hill, Kamabach, Samuel. They're on their marks. And they're off. Well, on the outside from lane 7, Kamabat Samuel is striding away. She's just opening up on the inside. That looks like Zia Thomas or Sky Charles. As Zia Thomas has made up her stag and she's closing down on the 2 in front. Jerlene St. Hilaire has closed the stagger now and she's rounding past Samuel Kamabach. Such changing fortunes here in this 400 meter. But here comes Mark. Sorry, Zia Thomas, and she just runs away here. She's clear by a mile. She's going to win this easily. The battle is on for second place. Here comes Kamabat Samuel with renewed second wind. Oh, on a faller. Can't make it to the end, so easy win for Zia Thomas. Kamabat Samuel from Zia Mark. And now crossing the line is Sky Charles. And then we had the faller that looks like Zia Thomas in... Sorry, Jolene St. Hill in lane 6. I'm not sure if she injured herself. So Thomas in 104.266 was the winner. No, St. Hill is up. And so from 109 was a big gap between first and second. 109.434 for Kamabach and Bishop 111. Oh, Vidya, of course, 400 is not an easy run, is it?
Yeah, it certainly isn't. No truth serum, they say, in the 400 meters. You can't hide anyway. There's nothing to hide.
There's nothing to hide.
It certainly does expose you.
Yeah, we just saw the girls under 15. Sometimes I think for the girls that are younger, the 400 meter becomes a little longer than 400 meters, if you understand what I'm saying. As they're younger athletes, I think it's less of a sprint and more of a, I want to say, middle distance run.
Yeah, it is difficult at this age group, certainly the 400-meter event. And certainly we saw a lot of good competitors in that one. Zaria Tobias was involved in that, Kaylee Wilshire, Brittany Morgan, and all of those. And Zia Thomas, who won Section 3, I believe it is. Yes, certainly some of the best events.
But I think the fastest time was the winner in the first heat, which might have been Tobias. I know we got a 101, and that definitely would have been the fastest time out of the set. So it's really interesting to see these runners. They're under 15, of course. I don't think there's an under 15 section in the Carifta game. So they are looking ahead 1 or 2 years as it stands.
Yeah, they certainly are. And for these under 15s, certainly the 400 meters is about building that engine for the rest of the season, especially if you run in the 100 or 200. Coaches tend to put athletes in this event to sort of build them up for that, because, I mean, the 400 meter is a brutal event. 400 hurdles is ridiculous. I mean, that's even worse. You're running a 400 meters, plus you're jumping over hurdles.
Yeah,
I don't know what kind of sadist came up with that event, but it is certainly one of the more difficult events around.
You're looking at National Athletics here. This is the entries TT Track and Field Series 1 2026 from the Hazley Crawford Stadium. Of course, you're looking at Sport TV on your live stream. And the weather has kept reasonably cool. I don't know if the heavy air is, of course, when it's warmer, you might run faster times, but it's not, I want to say it's not cold. It's just mild.
Yeah, and maximum temperature today was predicted at 28 degrees Celsius. So that certainly is not hot by any means. That's actually very good. Most people would love that kind of temperature all the year round.
I can't
Normally you get up, it's 31 degrees. So 28, we'll take it any day.
We'll take it any day. All right. Coming onto the track, they're going to probably be on, they're taking a slow walk to the start line or to the start. Is the boys under 15 400 meter dash. And there are 5 heats. And you're seeing the lane 3. So in the first one will be no runner in lane 1. They'll have Daryl Madu in lane 2 from Siparia Athletic, Zane Rock in lane 3 from Trailblazers, Kareem Morris from Abilene Wildcats. I think they're still Abilene Wildcats. And then Daniel Alfred from Neon Wolves in lane 5. Christopher Patterson from Burnley Athletic in lane 6. Zidane Bancroft from Memphis Pioneers in lane 7. And DeAndre Valentine from Toko Tafak in lane 8. So we'll just wait to see that all the runners are there in their respective lanes and there's no scratch.
Well, certainly a lot of action will be involved in this one, and we have 5 segments. Section 3 and lane 4, we have Tahir Fernandez of Abilene Wildcats. He's one of those that you would expect to see a bit from. Makai Johnson of Cougars. He's another athlete to look out for in this event. These are the athletes who will form part of the track and field of the Carifta teams in 2027, 2028. Yes. So these are some of the athletes we will see then.
Of course, you got to always start looking for the future and developing. All right, I just looking at it here. There is no runner in lane 3, so that is Zane Rock, and there is no runner in lane 8. As we stand here, DeAndre Valentine.
What's interesting is there's a Cougars athlete who's talking to the officials. I think he thought that he may have been part of this race. So for some reason, there's a big discussion going on. Now, we do have Seth Sylvester of Cougars, who is supposed to run in Section 2. So I can only imagine what has happened here is that there have been a few runners have pulled out. So they were discussing perhaps, maybe they're discussing combining races, which always makes it difficult for us up in the commentary booth to know who's who.
Yes.
We did have that earlier. Someone had dropped out in lane 1 and they had another name that had come in. So that is a bit tricky.
You're just looking at, you're seeing on your screen. In the meantime, of course, the boys' long jump has been continuing. We're not sure what the scores are. We aren't seeing that on the screen. It isn't coming up. If you look there, you would see somebody's coming down. He's hit but he's landed on his knees. So needs to get that technique right. Needs to push off that board and get up. But it is a fair jump. All right. Well, we are seeing runners in every lane. And now we've seen a runner in lane 1 as well. Yeah. So it is a bit confusing here as to what's happening, because originally we did not have a runner in lane 1. So just as you suggested, I think they may have been combining races, and it's going to make life difficult for us.
Yeah, this could be Section 1 and 2 combining here, but we'll have to get some confirmation on that for you. In the meantime, apologies, we are flying a little bit blind here with this one.
Yeah. Still, I want to say some confusion, but and you know, for those people who have been the older uniforms, you would know Abilene would normally run in that yellow and blue. Simplex runs in that white with red bands across. But then some of the newer uniforms are a little harder to make out from distance. I know Tranquility, they tend to run in the all black.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a late change, because even the board just to the left of where the athletes are is reflecting the names that you gave earlier.
Yes, so it is a very, very late change. So it is a full field. We are assuming some of the runners are runners that we know. We could see Kareem Morris is in lane 4. We're sure about that. But we're not sure about any of the others right now. Yes, Burnley Athletic is in lane 6. That will be Christopher Patterson. And they're off. It's a good even start. But the runner in lane 8 is gone by our here it's supposed to be DeAndre Valentine. He's striding away early. But there are a couple of runners here. Looks like Bancroft is making up some ground. So it might be that Zane Bancroft is in lane 8 rather than in lane 7. But coming around here, we have lane 5, Alfred Daniel from Neon Wolves. But looks like DeAndre Valentine is coming back at him. He's just staggering, and Valentine gets the better, has the stride, hits the line now from Patterson, and then from lane 1, which we have as Daryl Madu. We're going to have to, again, we are not 100% sure that are the names, because we know that lane 1 did not have a, so we're going to try and get those, but it's number 182.
Well, Kyton is listed as the winner at 54.165. Alfred in second, 55.278.
And Sylvester.
Sylvester third, 55.98.
So there you have it. Sylvester is 182. So they obviously had a couple of runners from section 2 in here.
Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, it does appear that what has happened is that maybe one of the other sections had only a few runners, so they coalesced. They brought a couple of the runners into section 1, and they might even distribute a few more runners from that section, the section where you had a few athletes, into other events. So that's what may have happened here.
So there you have it. Kyton 54-1, and that's not a bad time for under 15. I think he paced his race really well. He went out, he got it challenged, but he held the challenge off, and he ran. He didn't panic when he saw the guy inside of him, and he just kept steady. All right, we have more runners coming out for the 400, and they come out from the far side for the 400. So I'm not sure where the waiting room is, but they generally come from the far side of the stadium here, and they walk, I want to say, half a lap around before they get to the start.
Well, just to give you an idea of the times that you're expected to if you would want to win a medal at the Carifta Games last year at under 17 level, the bronze medal winner, Zachary Wall, did the race in 48.53. So that was at
under
Carifta Games last year. The winner, Egan Neely, the outstanding Egan Neely, who was so brilliant last year for Bahamas, he won the race in 47.80. So that's
a quick time.
47.80 at under 17. And as you know, Bahamas have produced some brilliant
male
runners and female 400-meter runners over the years.
Really brilliant. So, and again, we have as well, we haven't produced one in a while, I want to say, after our 2017 4x4 win at the London World Athletic Championships, which still is one of the greatest memories we've had. We sort of maybe fallen on slightly hard times in the 400.
So be the standard bearer certainly right now in 400-meter running.
And we wish Jareem all the best. He just, I think, collected Sportsman of the Year from the TTOC, as well as Sportsman of the Year from the N3.
Sports Personality
of the Year, yes.
Sportsman of the Year went to Keyshawn Walcott, certainly.
Oh, yes.
N3As and, of course, the TTOC awards. Shaniqua Bascom also was up there for Women of the Year, so congratulations to them. But Jareem was not forgotten. Sprinter of the Year, I think it was, at the TTOC awards. He was Sports Personality, if I remember correctly, and at the N3As TT awards, he was also among the awardees at that event.
All right, we have what we assume is 3, because we are not sure how they're doing it here, and it's a little confusing, so do bear with us. But based on what we've seen here, it would be Nadim Riley in lane 2. There's Isaiah Lutchman, lane 3. Tahir Fernandez, lane 4. Malachi Johnson, lane 5. Kadish Frank, lane 6. Cadell Mark, lane 7. And Cruz Thornton, lane 8.
I think you're right. This is, in fact, section 3, because I do recognize Kadesh, who would have won one of the 100-meter races earlier. He's running in the 4 here. And given the uniforms and the order you called, I think this is, in fact, Section 3.
All right, so confirmation from my Ernstwhile co-commentator Vidya Ramphal. You're looking at entry A's action here, live from the Hazley Crawford Stadium. I'm Christopher Gill. This is Vidya Ramphal. You're looking at Wave Sport TV, and we are always honored to bring you sport. I don't think we get enough live sport brought to the general public for Trinidad and Tobago. And then all of a sudden appears a runner in lane 1. And we're not sure who that is. And it's hard to see his number from here. So Vidya is going to pull up the binoculars. We have everything. And we're going to try and see if we could get some more information. It's quite possible that the heats have had to be combined. So we're waiting to try and see. They are sorting it out. But, well, he's now being taken off. So I want to say, so 1 minute he's on, 1 minute he's off. All right.
Yeah, that athlete was actually Ronaldo Bob of Toko Tapak. He came on and now he's back off.
So we are hoping that the runners we see on screen are the runners that we have names for. Riley in lane 2, Lutchman lane 3. Tahir Fernandez in lane 4. Malachi Johnson in lane 5. And then Kadesh Frank in lane 6 from Memphis Pioneers. Cadell Mark. And then Cruz Thornton from Richard Jones running. Some are starting without blocks, some are half blocks. And they're off. Well, a good start from lane 6. And that is Kadesh Frank. He's cruising right now and opening that up. He has a lovely stride. The rest of the runners here, I want to say running for second place. If he keeps this up, he is keeping a nice, even pace at this point. He doesn't look like he's sprinting to me. Certainly pacing his event well. Really brilliant stride. This young man, I want to say he has some talent. And now he hits the home stretch. He is miles ahead of the competition. He's trying to certainly see if he can do under, well, he's not going to break the 50 barrier. But he does 52.48. That's a stunning time. And in lane 3, Isaiah Lutchman. And lane 7, we had Cadell Mark. So those are the 3. But that was a fantastic run from Kadesh Frank.
Yeah, he was, to be very frank, he certainly was brilliant there in that race. He wasn't really tested. I think he may have gotten a faster time if he'd been pushed. His time, 52.497. Lutchman in second, 58.661. And Mark in third, 1 minute, 1.391 seconds.
But that's a good time for under 15, 52.497. That's an excellent time.
Yeah, and certainly he'd want to start to drop some of those that time off and get it under that 49-second barrier. That's where you really need to be, 49, 48 seconds.
But he ran
to get that medal at the Caribbean Games.
But he ran a controlled race. He paced himself really well. He got out to a good start, then he held the pace steady, and he just sort of knew it. You can tell that's a properly coached athlete.
And what's interesting is that he is, Kadesh Frank is the same age as everyone else in the field. I think there were 2 athletes.
Well, he looks bigger than me.
But he is taller than either of us, and which is, I know me, you're a 6-footer. So he looks a really well-conditioned athlete. So this is a youngster who is 13 or 14 years old.
Wow.
And so he is with that sort of physicality. I'm sure we'll see a lot more of him in the future.
I hope we do. All right, we're going on to section 4. We have Chris Burke in lane 2. Keshawn Wilkinson in lane 3. Marcus Singh in lane 4, but no, there's a scratch, so he's not there right now. Adam Ling in lane 5. Aiden Lafoucade in lane 6, Nathan Lafoucade in lane 7. You want to assume that they are, well, related, but that's an assumption, to be quite honest. They are running for different clubs. It's not uncommon in Trinidad and Tobago for brothers to be running for different clubs.
They actually did run in the 100 meters earlier today in different races, and I believe one of them finished in second place. So clearly the tactic here is to work on the speed and that endurance factor by having the 100-meter runners in the 400.
All right, so we haven't, yes, yeah, at first we weren't seeing the runner in lane 4, but he is there. There's no runner in lane 8, no runner in lane 1, as it stands right now. But then I see a runner being called, so we're not sure what is happening. And he looks like he's going to be put into lane 8. So just... And Vidya is going to make sure and see if he can spot who that runner is. And then there's probably going to be a runner added to lane 1. Well, the runner from going to be added to lane 1 looks like Benjamin Jones from Burnley. But I'm not sure who's the runner added to lane 8. I want to take a bet and say that's Emmanuel Rivers. So we have a full field. 8 lanes, 8 runners. I think they've taken a couple of the runners from the last heat and put them in here. One we are sure is the Burnley runner.
Well, actually, he's Imani McKellar, I believe, is in lane number 1. That's the Burnley athlete. He was previously in section 3. So McKellar is now in for Burnley. He is in lane number 1. And the athlete who is in lane number 8, I'm not seeing his number. I believe that's Samuel Roberts of Toku Tapak. I'm pretty sure that's his number I'm seeing there.
All right. Or is it Ronaldo Bob? No, you said Ronaldo Bob would have already run in one of the earlier events.
Well, the athlete in 8 is a young athlete. He's very young because he's the only one who's looking back to see when the starters will be ready. So you can tell he's inexperienced at this level.
And not only that, he's not starting with starting blocks. So sometimes that's one of the issues with some of the younger runners. They don't use starting blocks. It takes a little getting used to. And he's going down on his mark, but he's not in starting blocks. So 8 runners. We know the 6 in the center. We're not sure in lane 1 and lane 8, but we'll give you. They're set. And they're off. Nice even start. But lane 6 is out really quick, and that is Aidan Lafoucade. He is just striding away, along with Nathan Lafoucade. So both of them are running away from the field at this point. And lane 3, that's Keyshawn Wilkinson, is making a chase here. Rest of runners are struggling to get stride in. The 2 Lafoucades are rounding the bend, but I've got Aidan ahead of Nathan. And in lane 3, we have Keyshawn Wilkinson. But right now, coming home, it's Aidan Lafoucade is looking much stronger. Wilkinson is coming hard. Is he going to catch? Is he going to catch? No. A pitter-patter sort of run style, but he gets home there. Wilkinson tried, but he couldn't get there.
A lot of young athletes in this race. At least 3 of them, 3 or 4 of the athletes look like they are under the age of maybe 12 or so.
I would say so.
Yeah, developmentally, they're a little bit younger also from the older athletes. I mean, Frank looks like Frank, who is about 13 years old or 14 years old, looks like a man in front of these youngsters.
I can see that. But a good run. We're trying to see the time is up. We're not getting the results as yet, and that's because they might have mixed the heat. So, but the official sorted out, and I think they're just asking everybody to come back into their lane. Based on what I saw, the athlete in lane 8 didn't finish. All right, they are saying the Lafoucault definitely won. 57, that's lane 6. Wilkinson, lane 3. Then the other Lafoucault, 1 minute 1. That's how I saw it. Burke, so Lafoucault, Wilkinson, and then the other Lafoucault. And you talk about the bit of an experience. The runner that was in lane 8 came around the corner in lane 6.
Yes. He did, in fact, change lanes. So
drastically.
Yeah. Well, of course, he would have been disqualified for that. I think that will be borne out here because he went onto the wrong lane. But definitely, in fact, they have ruled him as being, it's a legal time. It's going to stand, actually. So.
All right, so Lafoucault 57.025, Wilkinson 58, and I think the other time was 101. So that would be the last heat in the boys under 15 400 meter. And let's see, these are the bigger runners are coming out now. No, this might be the last heat here. So definitely still one more heat for the boys under 15. I think time finals, I'm being reminded by my erstwhile producer, Mr. Ian Wason.
Yeah, which simply means that these races, it's not the format where we are accustomed to seeing at the Olympics, where you have the semifinals and then the finals. The fastest over the course of all the races is declared the winner.
Right. And that gives everybody a chance to run. They don't necessarily have to run against each other, but eventually that will happen where they will have to run against each other. You get the fastest running against the fastest. 100, 400s are hard. Usually, if there are heats, certainly for the younger athletes, if there are heats in the morning, they wouldn't run the finals until the evening at best.
Right. So this is the only time it's going to be run. Of course, the 400, known as the pain cave by many coaches and athletes. They'll tell you about that. But on the 15 level, they call it the man maker because it certainly will make a man out of you running a 400 meters.
It certainly will. All right. Again, we have no athlete listed in lane 1 for us, but there is an athlete in lane 1. Lane 2 is Kamari Samuel. Lane 3 is Amari Benjamin Jones or Jones Benjamin. Then in lane 4 is Emmanuel Rivers. And Shumel Ryan is in lane 5. Caden Romano is in lane 6. Amazia Marshall is in lane 7. And Ronaldo Bob is in lane 8. That seems to be correct with the exception of who is in lane 1. And Vidya is trying to see if he can see the number. But this is the last heat. Oh, there was a false start there. And the Burnley.
Riley from Burnley is the runner in lane number 1. That's the Camden Riley, 145. Yeah.
All right, so the Burnley Athletics, Amani Jones Benjamin, he false started. I'm not sure what the rules are if it's different for the under 15 runners.
When we saw warnings being given out to under 15 runners, I'm not seeing the red card. There is a card in the hand of the official.
But he is talking to him, as you see.
On the 15 level, you do get a bit of a warning, and that's exactly what's happened here to Armani. So he's going to survive. But under 17 level and above, of course, you will have to go.
All right, so they're back on the blocks again. All 8. We have 8 lanes and 8 starters. And they're off. This time they get off to a good, even start. As you see some of the runners here, but lane 3, definitely Benjamin Jones is storming out to a fantastic lead. I think he's made up his stagger the stagger inside of him, and he's steaming down the back stretch. Lane 5 also seems to be going well. That's Samuel Ryan. And then Caden Romano. Amani Benjamin Jones, or Jones Benjamin. He has a lead from Marshall, a big lead. He is 20, 30 meters ahead here. He is keeping a nice stride. Marshall is coming back at him, but he won't get there. I don't want to talk too soon, but I doubt he would. And that's Benjamin Jones from Marshall. And Romano is going to finish third.
Well, these are 13 and 14-year-olds. If they produce anything close to 53, that suggests some serious talent. The winning time just above 56, so there's some work to do here in this field, but certainly some promise showed here, Chris.
Definitely. So there we have it. Jones Benjamin 56.735, Lampkin 58.468, and then the third place was 101. Again, they did shift around a couple of the names and lanes. So, and it's a good thing he was not disqualified. And again, that's probably one of the reasons they make sure for the younger athletes, they will make these sort of mistakes, and the officials generally make sure that they are not penalized heavily. But of course, as you go up into the higher age groups, if you do false start, it is automatic disqualification.
Well, the rain has started to fall here in Port of Spain earlier today, just skirted round the Hazy Crawford Stadium. Somebody was doing a rain dance in here, but apparently they've stopped because it's now coming across. The crowd has started to leave the uncovered section of the grandstand, and they're coming up towards the top. So, and the officials are now starting to put on their rain gear at the moment. Just to the, as you can see there right now, look at that on the left of your picture.
Water pouring off the tent.
It's pouring off the tent, yeah.
Of course, the rain does not affect the running surface. It does tend to absorb or displace the water effectively. So, and if you've looked at some of the World Athletics, you'll know it takes quite a lot for the field to get that track surface to get waterlogged. So right now we have just 4 runners in this first heat. We have lane 2, Alicia Jackson. Lane 3, Kyra Edwards. Lane 4, Dariel Absalon. And lane 7, Adisha Jones. Well, it's a good, sorry, that's Azura Lee. Well, it looked like a good start from Lee, but going down the back stretch, they all look like they're evenly spaced out. But Abraham is just making up some ground now on as she and Lee are definitely the class of the field here. Dariel Absalon hits the front as she comes out of the turn, and she's just striding away from it right now. Absalon by about 20 meters. Leah's hit into a jogging pace here, while Jackson, so Lee finishes second and Jackson is going to claim third place, and Edwards claims fourth.
Yeah, so the much slower race than we would have expected, but these are, of course, the less experienced. Absalom wins, 1 minute 6.862 seconds. Lee second, 1 minute 12.147 seconds. And Jackson third, 1 minute 17.249 seconds. So these are the younger athletes in competition. Just to give you a little context here, Chris, in terms of last year at the Carifta Games, The winning time in the girls under 17 in the 400 meters, Tyra Fenton, outstanding athlete from Antigua and Barbuda. She won in 53.93 seconds. Bronze medal was 55.71. So that's the kind of times that these youngsters
both those
need
times
to
are
get to.
worlds away from what we just saw. So a lot of work to be done. We get heat 2, and again, we just 4 athletes out on track right now. They're taking out lanes 1 and 2. So the athlete in lane 3 is Kanika King. Lane 4, Burnett. Lane 5, Jaziria Ratan. No, yes, there is in 6, so Solil Marie Karuth. And I'll give you the story as to how I can know that name. And Cherilisa Clavery. So 3, 4, 5, 6 are the lanes in use. And they're off. And immediately, Caruth is out to a very good. She's gone. She's left everybody thinking about the other, but she's being chased by lane 5. That's Ratan. They head down the back stretch. She has a really good stride. That's Soleil Marie Caruth. The others are bunching up in the back stretch, but they're only bunching up because everybody's stagger is unfolding, as they like to say. Kanika King started really slow, but she's coming on hard in this last 150. But Caruth is well ahead. But look out, King is coming. King is definitely coming. But Caruth is going to hold on. So Caruth wins it. King finishes second. And that looks like Burnett finishing third. Ratan in fourth and Clavery in fifth. So we saw what, a 102 there. But she ran, I want to say...
Caruth won, Chris. Caruth won in 1 minute 2.991. King second, 1 minute 5.449. And Burnett third, 1 minute 9.662.
Caruth ran about 250 of that race at the speed I think she can run. I think obviously the coaches, I say, it's the first meet out, and they are working on extending their endurance and their power to get that right through that 400. If she runs at a full pace there, she's going to easily run a 55 in my estimation.
Yeah, so she looked very comfortable there. And of course, these events are all about uncovering potential, seeing the future of Trinidad and Tobago sprinting. We will see some of that later on. Eden Chiwa of Memphis Pioneers, who won the 100 meters. She was fastest over 100 meters earlier today. She is slated to run in, I believe it's section 5. So she's coming up later on.
All right, in section 3, we have Honora Simmons, Movant Jets. Chelsea Charles in lane 3, Cougar Track. Javel Adams in lane 4, Abilene. Sophia Bristol, lane 5.14, Civic Jets. Jadel Joseph, Burnley Athletic in lane 6, and Tajay Johnson, Trackblazers in lane 7. So just 6 runners here. All the lanes are filled. I think we have been getting some changes, but this one looks like it is unchanged. Good start from everybody, no false start, and right away the Burnley Athletic runner just steps out. Jadel Joseph makes up her stagger. She's gone already. But coming back on her inside is Sophia Bristol, and she's running a well-timed race. She's pacing herself good, as well as the runner in lane 3. That's Charles. But all of a sudden we see the runner in lane 2 making a charge. So a lot of good tactics here. But Bristol is making going for it there. She ran a really well-paced race, and Bristol is heading for the line. So Bristol wins from Joseph and are close for third. And we have the last two coming in right now. But Bristol there with a controlled run.
Yeah, certainly. It was very much controlled, and she won in 59.942. Joseph in second place, won 1.664, and didn't quite see in third, but it will tell you who that is.
But it was close for third. I think between those two, Johnson might have been the one that got third, because it definitely was really close between the two runners for third.
So Bristol breaking the 60-second barrier. I think one of the few runners to actually get under 60 seconds in this one. So we head across to section 4. Now, just seeing 4 athletes out there at the moment. In lane number 2, Jane Hinkson of Movar Jets. In 3, Sophia Mirez of Burnley Athletic. In lane number 3, Kiana Prudhomme. In the green of Cougars is in lane number 4. No Kermia Davis, or there's also no Renee Cooper of Alpha. Anya Gittins of RSS Phoenix is in lane number 7, correction, for this one. It's all the action really is in section 5, which is coming up next. Eden Chiwa is in there, as long as LaQueen Welch, who we also saw in the 100. That's going to be an interesting battle between those two. So now, Hinkson in 2, Mirez in 3, Prudhomme in 4, and Gittins in 7.
And what you're going to see is, as with those in that section 5 of this event, is can you carry that speed? We know they have the speed. It's if you can carry it more than, as I said, it's carrying it well past 100. You're carrying it past 200. You're carrying it for a long way. So that's going to be key in the next heat. But let's focus on what we have in front of us right now.
Well, Jets well represented. Hinkson in lane number 2. And it's a good start here. Slow start, though, from the athlete in lane number 4. That's Kiana Prudhomme. And she has been left behind here by the runner just inside of her. That's Sophia Mirez. She's already gone past her, and already going past her again is Hinkson. But out in front at the moment is Anya Gittins of RSS Phoenix. She's building up a nice rhythm here on the outside of this 4-person race. Section 4 of the girls under 17 400 meters. And will she be challenged here for the first place? Anya Gittins of RSS Phoenix out in front. We do have Sophia Mirez and Jane Hinkson. Those are two of the chasers, but they'll have a lot of work to do as we come into the straight now, as Anya Gittins has this race almost sewn up here. In fact, she's not slowing down at all. She seems to be gathering momentum as she slingshotted round the turn, and she will take this one quite comfortably unless something miraculous happens. It's going to be Anya Hinkson of RSS Phoenix to take the win in just under, maybe just about 1 minute and 5 seconds. In second place, it's going to be Hinkson of Movar Jets and Sophia Mirez of Burnley in third place.
Yeah, I think it was 105.24, but we'll wait for the official clock. And then now finishing, you see on your screen there, lane 4 from Cougars.
So it is Gittins that wins 1 minute 5.306 seconds. Hinkson 1:10.276, and Mirez in third 1:11.534. Shot it round the turn, and she will take this one quite comfortably unless something miraculous happens. It's going to be Anya Hinkson of RSS Phoenix to take the win in just under, maybe just about 1 minute and 5 seconds in second in the last race. So that'll take us into the big one. Section 5 of the time finals, girls under 17 400 meter dash. And who is out there? No lane number 2, so no Jadicia Harris. We start off with 3, LaQueen Welch of QRC, Eden Chiwa, fresh off winning the 100 meters. She is in lane number 4. Renee Smith of Burnley is in 5, and in lane number 6, Jaka Keja Groves, unusual spelling to Keja, almost using K as in Spanish there. So just 4 in this one. And there they go. It's a nice even start. In section 5, women's 400 meters, making up a nice pace already is Eden Chiwa. Wow, does she have them covered? She has them covered like a tablecloth at the moment here. That's Eden Chiwa blazing past. Goes on the outside. Smith and Groves have been left in a wake, and also struggling to keep up is the QRC runner, LaQueen Welch, who is trailing everyone at this point. But Eden Chiwa, 100 meters, broke the 11-second barrier earlier today, but she is on a really fine run here in the 400 meters. She won medals in the 100-meter relay and the 400-meter relay last year for Trinidad and Tobago, and she is looking quite good in the early part of the season, and she is setting down a marker here as she has taken a commanding lead. No one's going to catch her today or even tomorrow if they keep on running at this. It is Eden Chiwa of Memphis Pioneers. Gets the line in just over 56 seconds. She wins it. Who's going to take the second place here? Well, it's a battle between LaQueen Welch and Renee Smith. And coming on fourth place is Groves of Trailblazers. What an impressive run by
fantastic run. She started off with, both of us looked at each other thinking she might have gone out too hard. But she held her pace and she held her form all the way down the front stretch. Really impressive run. I think one of those athletes that you got to look forward to seeing. I want to see her in the near future.
Yeah, we did see the Carifta Games right here last year, and part of 2 medal-winning relay teams for Trinidad and Tobago. And she didn't make it to the podium in the individual events, but here she is showing what she's made of. And so she will certainly form a big part of that team coming up in Carifta, we hope.
And she has to be knocking on close to medal times. I think when we were looking at the medal times earlier, 58 might have been a bronze.
Well,
55.
53. Well, her time was 56.245.
So that's close.
And the long jump is taking place at the moment. This is the girls' long jump. Just at the top of their mark, and no, she doesn't have blue hair, in case she's looking like that. She doesn't. In the meantime, the boys under 17 400-meter dash is about to take place. Lazari of Concord in 2, Pereira of Trailblazers in 3, Cougars, George in 4, Douglas of Zenith in 5, Gill of Burnley in 6, Marshall of Tigers in 7, and Roach of Neon Wolves is in 8. And in fact, you can take off Roach. He is not running today. There we go. Nice start from the Burnley runner, who is Marshall. Gill, in fact, has started well, and he has almost covered the run of Johannes Marshall of Tigers already. He's just striding past him. Also making a good bit of pace in the middle of the track is Lyndon George of Cougars. In fact, he's looking very nonchalant at the moment. He's conserving his energy. Pereira of Trailblazers is making a bit of a move here. They've left Lazari of Concord in the back, but it is the man Burnley and Nikel Gill who is out in front. Nikel Gill has taken control of this race, but I'm seeing some movement here from George, who is starting to put in a run here. Gill has the lead at the moment, but starting to fight back is Pereira of Trailblazers. Pereira is coming. Pereira is coming on strong here. He's tying up Gill. Pereira can't keep with him, but here comes Cougars, and George might take it on the line.
That was close. That was close. That was really close. I think everybody judged their race to perfection based on the talent they had, but just that Burnley runner, he could tell that he knew they were coming at him, and he had that last kick in store for them.
Well, it is George that wins in 53.599. Gill second, 53.611, and Pereira 53.747. Those are your top 3. So the fastest time so far, 53.59. He's tying up Gill. Pereira can't keep with him, but here comes Cougars, and George might take it on the line.
That was close. That was close.
Yeah, he did actually get him on the actually it was the Cougars runner, Lyndon George, that won it. So George
just squeezed between the two, and really good run from George in the end.
So 53.599 would not have won a medal in the 400 meters last year. So as we go now to section 2.
All right, and in lane 2, no lane 2, so no. Then lane 3 is Jean-Michael Waldron, Javon Grant in lane 4, Savion Goring in lane 5, Javon Lewis lane 6, Kimani Groves in lane 7, Matthias Titus in lane 8. So 6 runners. And they're off. And a good start from Groves. He's already made up the staggers. Also a really good start from the Burnley athlete. That's Gorin. Gorin seems to have taken... both Groves and Goring are just made up their stagger and put in a little gap on the field. But in the meantime, Grant seems to be coming in. He's marking good time. He's sort of, based on what I'm seeing here, he's just taking his time and marking the front runners for the time being. And he's accelerating now through the curve. But Goring is striding, and on the outside, Groves just accelerates again. He's going to win it. Grant is trying to get past Goring. He does. So Groves from Grant from Goring. That's how it looked to me here. But he ran a good tactical race there. He went out hard, floated in the middle, and then when he was challenged, picked back up his pace to win that.
53.166 is the time for him. Grant takes it in 53.2 in 9.36, and Goring in third place.
In a
Those are
54.
the top three. 54. Javon Grant getting the win. So let's turn to section 3. And Samuel of Tigers is in 2. Now, just seeing 4 runners in this one. So we've had a few defections in this and no sign of any other runners. So I don't think we can have any additions. So section 3, no runner in lane number 1. So no Kalon Samuel of Tigers. He's not going to be running today. Shasiri Charles of Neon Wolves is in 2. Not seeing any runner in 3 and no one in 4 and 5 either. So Jaden James, Jonathan Huggins, and Jaden Goodrich are not going to be running in this event. 6, 7, and 8 are occupied. Anthony Alexander of Burnley in 6. Hayden Abraham of Trackblazers in 7. And Aidan Davidson of Burnley in 8.
And it has to be difficult running in that lane 2, where you have no runner inside or outside of you for quite some distance.
Yeah, it is going to be a real challenge for him. It's also a big challenge in lane number 8 for Aidan Davidson, but you just have to trust your tactics to win. Remember, the world record in the 400 meters was run from lane number 8.
Yes. By Wade Van Niekerk, when I think it was 42.
44.01, 43.01, correction.
No, I think it's 42. Is it 43.01?
Here's the start of the race. It's an excellent start here for Davidson of Burnley. He has already put up a big challenge here, and Abraham and Alexander are trying to track him down. Now, looking good in terms of his running style is the Neon Wolves runner, Chaisri Charles now, who's starting to climb up the table, and he has already gone past. He's covered Alexander. Next in his sights is Abraham with Davidson on the outside. He's the man to beat at the moment. Davidson in lane number 8 has a massive lead on the field at this time, but the 2 behind him are starting to catch up. And here is Charles of Neon Wolves. He's starting to close the gap between these 2. So it's Wolves and Burnley at the moment. Burnley trying to hold on through Davidson. Charles is putting in a big run here. Charles is starting to pull ahead, but Burnley fighting back. But Charles takes it in the end, getting ahead to win. And Neon Wolves take this one in just over 52 seconds. But that's an excellent run there by Charles to win it. And a great battle, you have to say, with Davidson.
A really good battle. Different tactics altogether. You had Davidson going out really hard, running hard that first 300. You had Charles he measured his start. He measured his up to the 200, and you can see when he accelerated, and he really pressed in that last 200, and he caught his runner just inside about 50 meters ago, and he just kept striding on. So good run from Charles, 52.4. That's a good time.
Yeah, good race tactics, and I think his coach would tell him that he would have executed the plans pretty well. He didn't go hard at the start, just sort of built up a nice rhythm, floated through the backstretch, and then on that turn, that's where he started to really turn on the power.
All right, so we are looking at section 5 of 7, or section 4, sorry. We have Kalon Johnson of Trackblazers in 1, but lane 2 has been taken out, so we got to assume that Javin Gonzalez of Dukes Athletic is not running. We have Braithwaite Adams in lane 3 from Burnley, Caden Thomas, Cougars Track in lane 4. No runner in lane 5. That will be Julian Chinley from Concord Athletic. Zaid Hamid is in lane 6. Kerwin Joseph is in lane 7. And we have no runner in lane 8. So no runner in lane 2. No runner in lane 5. And no runner in lane 8. So just 5 runners. So we're just waiting as they get on their marks. And they're off. Good start there from Braithwaite Adams. He's made up his stagger already. He's looking very brisk in this first 100. And he is going out like a bullet. On the outside though, Kerwin Joseph is taking his time and running a measured 400 meters. As they hit the 200 to go, it is still Braithwaite Adams. Kerwin Joseph is in second, but he looks in control of his race. But Braithwaite is striding hard. He's tying up a bit here, but he is going to get to the line first. Joseph is hanging on for second, and he does hang on for second over Caden Thomas. But just as he got to the line, he tied up a bit there.
Yeah, the bear is on his back, as they say, a little bit. And
more than a bit.
The bear was on his shoulders also, too. It really is a transition point here at the under-17 level. Under 15s, you can win at talent, but at under 17s, all about that's where the training really comes in, and you can get really work on your wins. So we've had, so now we have, this is section 5 of the under 17s, and this will be, yes, so we have section 5 and Jariel Atkins of Zenith in lane number 1. He's out there. Toko Tafak, Masab Charles is in lane number 2. He's running in the track pants today. 3, Anjay Sinclair of Field of Dreams. 4, Isaiah John of Burnley. And they're always going to be tough in this race. Burnley. Ezekiel Howard of Tigers is in lane number 5. 6, Sean Hart of Cougars. We saw him earlier today perform quite impressively in the 100 meters. Leonson Lewis is back again. And after running in the 100 meters earlier today, here he is in the 400s. And Jonathan Otley of Concord is in lane number 8. So full field for this final section. Final section, no, 2 more sections to go, correction.
And they get their instructions.
So here we go. Atkins in 1, Charles in 2, Sinclair 3, John 4, Howard 5, Hart 6, Lewis is in lane number 7, and Otley is in lane number 8. That's the lane assignments for section 5, boys under 17, 400 meter dash. Good start here. And you would expect Burnley to go out well, and they have. And Isaiah John has already gone past the man just inside of him there. And he is trying to track down the top 3 in the race at the moment right now. Burnley trying to get ahead of the Cougars athlete Sean Hart. Sean Hart is showing all of the promise at the moment here. He has a big lead over the man from Burnley, but he is trying to catch up now. Isaiah John trying to catch up with Sean Hart of Cougars. Leonce Lewis is beaten at this point, as is Jonathan Otley, who is in lane number 8. But Burnley and Isaiah John has proven the test of time, and perhaps a little bit too much taken out of Hart, but this is a wonderful run here by Isaiah John, who might produce the fastest time. He has. He's broken 52 seconds here. That's the fastest time of the day, Chris. That was absolutely impressive.
Absolutely impressive. 51.99. We wait for the official time. Sometimes we see it on the clock. We just have to wait for the official time. Hopefully it is under 52 seconds. And he is hoping it's under 52 seconds. He's looking at the clock anxiously right now. But it was a really good run. I thought he went out too hard. They've given him 52.041. So that's
the fastest time of the day so far.
But it is the fastest time. Lewis in second, 55.831. And third was 58. I think 239 Hart.
Well, he gets a good round of applause, Isaiah John, from everyone in the stadium, because that was really a great run there by him. And just for a while there, you thought that Sean Hart would have had him covered, but he just ran out of gas.
He just ran out. Totally ran out of gas. That happens sometimes when they're not training. Just for reference, we were talking about the world record. Wade Van Niekerk ran 43.03 at the 2016 Olympics in Rio, out of lane 8, as you quite rightly think. Of course, the world record in the women's is Maria Koch and Marita, and that's a 47.6. And of course, there will always be the allegations of state-controlled doping in that would have been the former East German, known as the German Democratic Republic. And we are seeing the long jump. It is and has been continuing, but we are unable to see the actual lengths or the distances that are being jumped. We know it's the girls under 17 long jump taking place. In the meantime, it's heat 6 of 7. Lane 1, Jelani Elder. Lane 2, Jeremiah Ferguson. Lane 3, Takuma McKellar. No runner in lane 4, Josiah Anthony in lane 5, Dario Tavernier in lane 6, Christian Coker lane 7. No, he's not there. Neither is Zayam De Silva. So just 5 runners. No runner lane 4, 7, and 8. And they're off. And again, the Burnley runners, they seem to be well schooled in running these 400s. That is Tavernier, and he's gone out blazing. But the runner inside of Tavernier, Anthony, is just tracking him a bit. And the runner inside of him is tracking him now. He is caught up. That's Joseph. But Tavernier is striding. He's got a good 50-meter lead. No, more like 30 meters. Hits the top of the stretch, but the runner in lane 1, Jelani Elder, has come through hard. He's making a charge of it, but he's not going to catch Tavernier. Whoa, and that is a staggering time from Tavernier, 50.77. Based on what we saw, Elder finished there. Elder might have also gone under 53 seconds. But that was a fantastic run.
Oh, that was certainly an impressive race indeed. Tavernier, 50.823. 50.823.
And then you had Elder in 54.279.
Now, he's the only one to have broken that 51-second barrier at the moment here.
We were looking at somebody breaking the 52-second barrier. Well, he skipped that. He said, hold my Coca-Cola. Like, these young kids shan't be drinking beer. And he just went way past that. So that's an impressive run from the young gentleman.
Yeah, certainly it's a good time at the start of the season. You can't ask for 47 really at the start of the season, but as you come down, as they get closer and closer, 51-52 is certainly good for a start for the season. But later on, he'll be wanting to chop some sections of that time. So, point, just to remind you, 50 Tavernier, 50.823. That's the fastest time today in the event. Let's build up for section 7. And we have no athlete in 1, but we have Rez in 2, Kisto in 3, Joseph in 4, Rogers in 5, Charles of Siparia in 6, Thomas of Concord in 7, and Brathwaite of IJ Fastlane is in 7. So 7 athletes involved in the last one. The time to beat for the winning time is 50.823. That will certainly take some time to win. And here we go, the section here in this one. Even start here, the front two are Brathwaite of Fastlane and Thomas of Concord. Those are the two out in front, and in fact now Thomas of Concord has taken over the lead from Brathwaite of IG Fastlane. Looking good in the inside is Charles of Siparia, and then on the inside of the track, Memphis is Kisto of Trackblazers. He is looking very comfortable in those green shoes of his. 2 of them in green. Rez of Memphis has been left back, but it is Kisto of Trackblazers that is going well. Joseph of Burnley is also challenging now, and he may prove to put in a late challenge here to the likes of Thomas and Charles. Charles has taken front, and Charles could go on to win it here. He's looking the strongest at the moment, and Charles of Siparia Athletic is the one to go on to win it. I think he's broken the 50, that time of 50 that we saw earlier today, but he's won this one. And when you think Siparia, it is 53.76 to his time.
Yeah, you got to think Ian Morris. Charles 53.762, Joseph 54.256 would have been second, and I think third would have been the lane inside. He also did a 54.750, Kisto.
So those are the top 3, but the overall winner unofficially is Dario Tavernier of Burnley Athletic, 50.823. They were very impressive.
Really impressed. And he's not a tall athlete, but he ran a really good race. Good, steady pace from start to finish. So a lot of talent here on display. And so we're going into the girls under 20, 400 meters. They are already lining up in lane 2. Michaela Nathaniel, Jada Jones in lane 3, Shanice Thomas, lane 4, Keisha Adams, lane 5, Precious Aki in lane 6, Nigriel Baptiste in lane 7, and Dreen Sylvester in lane 8. They are being given instructions to get on their marks. So you have 7 runners, no runner in lane 1. Nathaniel, Jones, Thomas, Adams, Aki, Batiste, and Sylvester. That's how they line up. 1, 2 to 8. Lanes 2 through 8. And they're off. Steady start from everybody. Nobody's making that really hard start. Nobody making up any big staggers as yet. 3 on the outside, definitely going good. Sylvester, Baptiste, Aki, all running steady. Adams, they all separating themselves from the 3 inner lanes of Nathaniel, Jones, and Thomas. Just looking good there. Looks like Precious Aki and Keisha Adams. Keisha Adams taking it up now. She's just pressing the accelerator a bit. Aki and Batiste trying to hold on to her. But Keisha Adams is starting to pick up the pace. She is striding away from them now. Batiste is just edging past Aki here. But it's going to be Adams from Batiste, from Aki. That's your top 3.
So girls on the 21st section in the books there now. The last runner just going across the line. Let's just look at the times here. Chris Adams, 1 minute, 3.062 seconds. So Adams wins it in that time.
And then 103.566 for Batiste and 104.131 for Aki.
Yeah, so that's a time to beat for the overall winner of this competition. So that's section 1 of 5. And this, of course, the girls under 20 400 meter dash, the finishing school for the junior athletes before they turn pro or go to college. And certainly Symphony Patrick of Concord is one of the names that really does grab the attention. She's in section 5 along with Delana Rouse and Zeta Charles, Kayla Charles, and Michaela Grandison. That's going to be a really feisty
That's going to be a run.
Well, in section 2 here, Joseph of Neon Wolves in 2, McKee of Cougars in 3, Zakiah Phillip of Alpha in 4, Fitzpatrick of Memphis in 5, Stewart of Toko in 6, and Tahila Lewis of Elite. She is in lane number 7. And there we go with the start. Fairly even start here, but a good one by Tahila Lewis of Elite Champion. She was also pretty good in the 100 meters. Stewart of Toko Tafak has been left behind as Memphis Pioneers and Jordan Fitzpatrick goes in search of glory here because the early front runner, Lewis, is now starting to get some competition from Jordan Fitzpatrick of Memphis. Also starting to go well is Sharice McPhee, who we also saw in the 100 meters earlier today. So those are the top 3. The other 3 runners are lagging behind here, but can the runner from Cougars, McPhee, make up the stagger? And as they go across the turn, it is McPhee. Her position is starting to improve here now. She has now gone up to first place. She has taken over the lead. Sharice McPhee has bided her time well. She's been patient in the first 200, and in the last 100, she's exploded ahead of the field, and she will take section 2 in a time just over 58 seconds. In second place is Jordan Fitzpatrick, and Tahila Lewis, Elite. She was very disappointed, kicked the turf as she went across.
Well, 58.27 was the time we saw on the clock. We're not sure what they will give. Usually they give about a tenth slower, so you might expect 58.37 might be the official time. But a good run. She measured her race well, didn't she? She started off. She didn't look like she was in it then. There you see 58.323. Fitzpatrick 1:01 minute 4:77. So just about 2 seconds behind. And the time coming up for Joseph is Lewis is who they're giving, I think 1:02.9. So we get to the third of 5 finals. And in lane 2, Makia Ward. Then Rhonda Smith in lane 3, Jada Felix in lane 4, LaQuisha Robley in lane 5, Adila Blades in lane 6, Alicia Sampson lane 7, and Queen Martin in lane 8.
Robley is representing the University of Trinidad and Tobago, and certainly a well-coached team.
There's no Ward in lane 2. Lane 2 is not there, so we just have 6 runners, lane 3 to 8.
Blades of Abilene Wildcats is going to be dangerous.
And there they're off. Good start. Blades has already made up her stagger. She's made up her stagger on her 2 runners in, but Robley inside of her is also making up the stagger on her. And Robley takes the front. You talked about the coaching, and she is obviously well coached. Those 2 have separated from the other 4. Striding away right now. Robley in front. Blades in second as they pass 200 meters to go. And Robley is keeping her stride pattern. And she is striding away from Blades right now. Coming off the turn, she's just slowing a bit, but she's still holding good pace. I can't see Blades mounting a challenge here, so looks like Robley just slowing down a bit here. She's tying up, but coming through on the inside is Felix, Jada Felix. She did a bit of an Alison Felix there and just came in and caught Blades on the line.
Yeah, she did. She got in for second place, and Blades, who started so brilliantly, She got it, but what a race there by Robley to take the win, and she wins it in a minute. 0.521 seconds. Felix in second, 1 minute 2.727 is what I saw.
And Blades was 103.021, so she just faded just towards the end.
She would have been disappointed with that run there, Blades, as that was the conclusion of Section 3 of the finals. Let's go straight across to Section 4. And Section 4, Destiny Bartholomew of Point Fortin in 2, Hannah Rivers of Alpha in 3, Jaden Joseph of Amberlin in 4. In 5, it's Sophia Goddard of Burnley, Janisha Allenby of Memphis is in 6, and Sheriff Ned of ZC Athletics. She is in lane number 7. So those are the assignments for the athletes. And of course, you have to respect the Burnley athletes in this one.
Yeah, they've so far run from the men's side. Certainly, if they put together a 4x4 team, they're going to be really difficult to beat. I would have to say they'll be miles ahead.
Yeah, they're always very difficult, very competitive, the Burnley club. And they have shown up here again today, as you would expect. One of the premier sprint clubs, along with Abilene Wildcats and Cougars. Don't forget Concord and the Tobago clubs in there too. So here we are. Section number 4, Bartholomew in 2, Rivers in 3, Joseph in 4, Goddard 5, Allenby 6, and Ned in 7. This is section number 4, girls under 20, 400-meter dash. Well, good start from the Burnley athlete. It's Sophia Goddard who is off to a good start, but also with her starting very well is Allenby of Memphis. Allenby of Memphis has blazed past Ned of ZC Athletics. And now she has conceded the lead here to Goddard. Goddard ahead here for Burnley, but Allenby of Memphis is still in her wake. Now also making up the ground well is for the Abilene Wildcats team. Joseph, she is mounting a challenge on the inside of the track. She and the Burnley athlete are battling away here. So Goddard and Joseph are the two competing, and now Joseph has gone past her. Abilene Wildcats take control of this one. Joseph out in front, and she's opened up a lead. Now we're seeing Allenby is starting to come back here. Can Allenby close the distance here on John? Well, they're not going to do it. Joseph gets there first. Allenby gets in for second, and it looks like the Point Fortin New Jets athlete Destiny Bartholomew got third there, Chris.
Yeah, and it was an interesting race because at one point they looked like they were going to catch a front runner, and then both of them just started to stagger just about 30 meters from the line, and they couldn't close the gap. And the front runner held her form. Oh, she just held on really strong. That was Joseph. She held her nerve, and she kept running, kept her form. And that's one of the things they tell you about running, especially the 400. Keep your form. You're probably going to keep your stride and run through the line. And she did exactly that.
Yeah, and you really have to trust your body in that instance, because
so Joseph ran
coming up behind you.
So Joseph ran 59.179. That was the time. I don't know if that's the fastest time we've had.
173. It's not, in fact. The fastest time still is Sharis McPhee, 58.323. So, but this last race, I guarantee.
You're guarantee.
I guarantee this one is going to be a bit faster.
Like the NLCB, he's guaranteeing. All right. Just a couple of things to note. I'm just looking at under 20. The under 20 record. The under 20 record for the 400 in the girls, which would have been the junior world record, is 49.42.
49.42, that is brilliant stuff.
that is smoking.
Section 5, Kayla Charles of Abilene in 3, Imani Mills, of Memphis in 4, Symphony Patrick of Concord in 5, Zeta Charles of Point Fortin in 6, Delana Rouse of Fulfilling Athletic Potential is in 7, no Michaela Granderson today. And there we go. This one promises to be a really fast one, and it's a really quick start as we go. It's even, but the front two, Delana Rouse and Zeta Charles, started to pull away, but now they're starting to reel them in. A good run here from Charles, Mills, and Patrick. They're starting to reel in the front two. But right now, it is Rouse On the outside, and Point Fortin, Zeta Charles, those two battling at the front. Jada Charles has just gone behind Rouse, but now on the inside it is Kayla Charles of Abilene Wildcats. She breezed through that first 200 meters, and now she's starting to turn it on. As she gets around the turn here, what absolute control she's taken of this race. She has left her rivals in the dust, and she's looking quite comfortable as she gets there. So that is a brilliant run to take control of this race here by Kayla Charles of Abilene Wildcats, and she has the luxury of slowing as she comes to the line. Flash time 56.49. Let's see if that stands up. That will certainly be the fastest time of the day.
Yeah, that was a good run. She measured run again. She ran that first 200 really taking her time, and then she put the X down in the last 200, left all the other runners in the wake. And at one point, they were in a line coming around just about 125 meters to go with the other four. But then as they straightened up, it all changed. So yeah, 56.574 for Charles. That's the time officially for her. Mills ran 58.381 and Patrick 58.7. So, and now we're heading for the Women Open. So, lots of entries here. We're supposed to have a full field, but lane 2 is already out. They've pulled that lane marker. And of course, we've seen the long jump going on in the meantime, and another fair jump there by, can't make out the numbers yet. But Nicolette Osborne in lane 1 from UE track. There's no lane 2, as it would have been Janice Gooding. Charisma Thomas. Memphis Pioneers in lane 3. Rochelle Rollins, Concord Athletic, lane 4. Diamond Paul, it's lane 5. There's no runner in lane 6 where there have been Deja Acosta. Amaya Mitchell is lane 7, and Calicia Aguilera from Tranquility is also there. So 5 runners, no lane 2, no lane 6, no lane 8. And they're off. And as they go around, the 2 outside runners have started really well, but it's the best has to be Thomas. Thomas of lane 3 is making up, and she has made up the stag on everybody inside of her. Heading to the 200-meter mark. But still on the outside, Mitchell is looking good for Abilene. She's ran a really good, and now just putting the pace back is Diamond Paul. They all 3 are coming around the corner, close to each other. But as they break and come out onto the front stretch, Thomas takes the lead. But fighting back is Paul. Paul takes the lead now. She's striding. But on the outside here is Mitchell. But Paul is going to take the win. Looks like she takes it from Mitchell. Thomas will get 3rd. And we have the last 2 finishing some distance behind. We saw about 58.44. But the official time, yes, 58.485. Mitchell 58.984. And Thomas 59.634. Those are your top 3.
Boys under the 20 to come up next here. And this is another event where we'll see boys under 20. And it's 8 finals, 8-time finals again.
Yeah, you just saw the finish of the Women's Open replay there with that young lady coming through. Paul.
Diamond Paul of the Point Fortin New Jets to win it. So now we're taking a look at the field for the first of the boys under 20 400-meter dash. Josiah Bedu of Alpha in 1. Stephen Plaza of Richard Jones Racing Club is in 2. In 3 is Josiah Fox of Field of Dreams. 4. Axel John of Point Fortin. In lane number 5, we have Darian Whiteman of RSS Phoenix, familiar figure in this particular race. And Concord Athletics, they were supposed to have Joseph Pope of Concord. He is not here. Elijah Melville of IG Fastlane is in 7, and Francisco Marcano of Memphis Pioneers is on the outside with that red headband of his. That's very 70s of him, isn't
It's
it?
very 70s, but he has a sense of
It's
style.
coming back. It's coming back. Yes, it is. Sure, Chris Gill would have had one of those in the 70s if he was alive. That is.
I was most definitely alive, but I didn't have the headband. I tried an afro once, didn't work.
I think Ian Wason, our producer, had an afro in the 80s.
Yes, we do like to call Ian Wason's name, but he didn't have an afro. I can't see it.
Why all you like to call my names in all the streams? Leave my name out of the business, please.
Video, can you see an afro on this young man?
I can't see it. Anyway, they were pulled out there. Someone wasn't quite ready, and the officials are on the track just having a little talk. I think it was Stephen Plaza of Richard Jones. Richard Jones School is, of course, Richard Jones, one of the brilliant runners in the long distance and long distance races here in Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, so no Joseph Pope of Concord. First race of the boys on the 20 is underway. Good start on the outside for Francisco Marcano of Memphis Pioneers, but also going well. Darian Whiteman, as I expected, has gone tremendously well, and he has almost covered the run of Marcano of Memphis Pioneers. Darian Whiteman of RSS Phoenix has taken firm control of this race. Everyone else are mere spectators at the moment here. Whiteman showing his standard as he surges to the front. Following him, second place is Francisco Marcano, and in third place, the Point Fortin New Jess Axel Johnson is trailing at the moment. He's going to be challenging for second, but no one is going to catch up with Darian Whiteman today. The RSS Phoenix athlete is within 30 meters of the line, and he is going to get across the line quite comfortably in just over 49 seconds. It is the man from Point Fortin, Axel Johnson, to finish second, and in third is the Memphis Fast Pioneers man, Francisco Marcano.
Well, that was an impressive run, 49.21. We might probably get a 49.3 by the time the times come up on the clock. Really good run. He ran strong. You can see he still needs to finish off. But there you have it, 49.225. That's Whiteman, 54.775 for Johnson, and 56.202 for Marcano. But he was miles ahead. He just left them for dead.
Yeah, he certainly did. Look at this point in the race. He is ahead by at least 30 meters at this point. And the thing about him, he was very comfortable all the way through. Didn't really seem to decelerate a huge amount. The bear was trailing him apparently. Yeah. And he got there quite comfortably.
And it was just probably the last 30 or 40 meters. You can see stride was just getting a little choppy, but nothing to slow him down that much. And I was just, we were discussing a couple of interesting things about that under 20 world records. Stephen Lewis is the junior world record, 43.87. That's just beyond world class, isn't it? That is a stack. He run that in an Olympic final. He would be the gold medalist in many of the finals, except the one that Wade Van Niekerk won. And the other interesting is Christine Mboma. I remember her from the Mabir. And she came on like a flash and was gone in a flash. Literally.
Yeah, sometimes happens with athletes. Injuries and other factors come into play.
All right, so here we have section 2 of 8. Antonio Wallace from Point Fortin in lane 1. Zachary Frank in lane 2. No lane 3, which would have been Micaiah Phillip. Jelani Paris is in lane 4. Lane 5 is Elijah Gibbs Clark. Lane 6 is Jeremiah Nanton. Lane 7 is Kyle Allen. And lane 8 is Caleb Morton from Richard Jones running. So we have 7 runners, no lane 3.
Championship. She and Marcelingi who got one and breaking world record, one. Next one come and break it.
Well, Mbombo is the one who broke the world record, but I remember and I'll give you the details of that when we continue our conversation. And they're off. Steady start from all. Couple of runners already making up this stagger. Runner in lane 5 there, that looks like Elijah Gibbs Clark. But the runner in lane 1, Antonio Wallace, he is just blazed past everybody on the back stretch. And that's Zachary Frank, from Abilene. He's just going away with it right now. He's accelerating his as he hits the top of the stretch. He is miles ahead. Everybody is running for a distant second place. Frank is going to run here a fantastic time. Is he going to break 48 barrier? He does. And the other three are running hard. It's Gibbs Clark and Nanton. Looks like from here I thought it would have been, certainly might have been Jelani, Paris, Gibbs Clark and Nanton for second, third and fourth. That was a 47.853. That was a fantastic time by Frank. Gibbs with 51.89. Jelani with 51.92. Those are your top three. And Nanton ran 52.071. But there you see him again. He made up all the ground in the back stretch.
Yeah.
He sort of, he went literally, it looked like from first to last and running down the back stretch, just ate up the stagger on everybody. And by the time he hit 200 meters to go, he was miles ahead.
Yeah, certainly. And young Nanton from the Davide, I believe his brother is an outstanding young footballer. I've seen him on youth football. He's quite good, actually. So two brothers in different sports here.
Again, not something that's uncommon in Trinidad and Tobago. We have had brothers, one playing cricket, one playing football.
Yeah, the Kevin Molino and Kevon Cooper, half brothers, one playing football, and Kevon Cooper, outstanding cricketer. I understand he was also a pretty good footballer.
Well, I'm sure we had a footballer who you talked about plays cricket. I can't remember his name. When we did one of the matches.
Marvin Phillips, the former national goalkeeper, won the Intercol title in the same year for cricket and football with Princestown. What a good athlete he was.
I think we were just mentioning Mboma, Christine Mboma. Christine Mboma would have been one of those athletes caught up in that, what we call different, it's that DSD or differential sex designation. And she would have been one of those athletes like Castor Semenya that was asked to then take suppression drugs, testosterone suppression drugs, to run the shorter distances.
Well, we turn our attention to Section 3, Pereira of Eagles in 1, Ward of Neon Wolves in 2, Valentine of Fulfilling Athletic Potential in 3, Katwaru of Abilene in 4, Francois of ZC Athletics in 5, Herbert of Burnley in 6, Simplex, so they have Semper in lane number 7 and Philip of Point Fortin in 8. Full field for this one. Section 3, boys under 20, 400-meter race. Even start. Left behind here is Jaden Jones of Redline, but already making up the stagger on the athlete inside of him. Javan Jones of Stallions has started very well. He's been tracked down here by Burnley's Elijah Herbert. Elijah Herbert looking very comfortable in the middle of the field. We'll have a look at Ivan Katwaru of Abilene. He is also looking very threatening there in that lane 4 position. So Katwaru looking impressive. Also Burnley's Herbert, but still out in front at the moment is the Simplex man, Jaleel Semper. Semper is holding the lead, and he's looking stronger. He's starting to struggle just a little bit here. Can they reel him in? Here's the run by Burnley. And also, just inside of him, they're trying to make him. They've just taken him on the line, and it is Ward of Neon Wolves that gets the win. That was fine. They tracked him down and got the win in the end. So Ward of Neon Wolves getting the win.
That was a really good race. He looked like for all money he was not going to be even in the medals. And then in the last 100 meters he came tearing through. And of course the Simplex runner was just tying up as he was coming along, didn't he?
Yeah, he certainly did tie up. They had it under control, but then that's what happens when the bear sits on your back. And that's it all falls apart.
Yeah, Semper, he looked, his stride went up. All right, so we go on to section 4.
Yes.
No runner in lane 1, but Isaac Modest will be running in lane 2 for Point Fortin. Jordan John for Alpha Athletic in lane 3. Yes, he's there. Antoine Griffith in lane 4 for fulfilling. David Bernard for Simplex in lane 5. Jonas Gaitan for Cougars in lane 6. Javan Moses for Stallions. The unique uniform there in lane 7. And Nathan Mendoza in IG Fast Lane in lane 8. So 7 runners, no lane 1. All right, so the runners are in. And they're off. Good start from everybody, but a particularly good start from the runners in the far lanes. And the runner from lane 6, Jonas Gaitan, he's striding away right now. And he is just blazing down the back stretch. Hits the 200-meter mark with about 30 meters lead. Are the other runners chasing him? It doesn't look that way. He definitely has it. The Cougars runner, Jonas Gaitan, is running hard to the line. It's being chased by Bernard, but he's going to make it there. He's going to get a 49.9. Bernard finishes second, and it looks like runner from lane 3, John, would have gotten third over Moses. So good run there. Gaitan 49.9, 49.956. Bernard 51.621, and Moses 53.124 would have been your top 3.
Still, they're not. It's not threatened the run by Zachary Frank from earlier. Frank would have gotten 47.853. That is the best run we've had so far. So
that's a considerable run.
And even that 47.853 would have finished outside of the medals in the 400 meters last year. Just outside, Deshaun Lazama won the bronze for TNT in the 400 meters, 47.43 his time. And again, it was Bahamas that absolutely ruled the 400s. They have been the dominant team in the 400 meters at the Carifta Games.
And one of the things I always find odd is that Jamaica just can't seem to produce a 400-meter run. And it just seems an oddity. Great 100 runners, great 200 runners in both male and female. And then you come to 400 and it's almost as they just have, I can't tell you, Bert Cameron comes to mind.
Bert Cameron does come to mind.
No, they're still measuring out there the long jump, but again.
So just look at section 5 of the finals, and we have 5 athletes involved. We have Caden Suraton of Richard Jones. We've seen him. I saw him last maybe a couple of years ago, but I tell you what, doesn't look the same guy at all. He is quite muscular now. He has put on he's been in the gym for, I think, he hasn't come out of the gym for the last 2 years, to tell you the truth. Caden Suraton, Anthony Lee of Beaufort Jets in 2, Khalil David of Point Fortin in 3, no athlete in 4 and 5. 6, Rashawn Durity of Mountain Eagles. And then we have Bjorn White of Burnley, and Josiah Rez is not running today. So very well spaced out field here. See how they go in this one. And Burnley's Bjorn White has started well. White is the leader at the moment. Rashawn Durity of Mountain Eagles is trying to mount a challenge here. Khalil David of Point Fortin doing well in the backstretch in those neon shoes of his. But he'll have to do some work here if he is to catch up with Bjorn White, the Burnley runner, who holds a small lead over a very, very game runner from Mountain Eagles, Rashawn Durity. And now Durity has turned it on as they go around the stretch. Durity bided his time in the backstretch, and now he is taken over from the man from Burnley, and he has the lead. And he has timed his run to perfection here, Rashawn Durity of Mountain Eagles. He's starting to struggle. That right leg is starting to buckle a little bit, but he's done the work and he's going to win it quite comfortably, 20 meters ahead. And it is Point Fortin New Jets and Anthony Lee to get the second place. And Bjorn White, I think, just held on for third.
I think he did a good run. But as you say, that you could see him staggering coming down those last 50 meters. Definitely looking one-legged. He would sort of tilting, almost angling as he came out. But he made it to the line. That's what matters.
Yeah, and here he is. At this point, he had absolutely taken control of the race. And you could look at that right leg. You could see it starting to buckle just a little bit. But he had the grit and the gumption to take him across the line and get the win. And there's Point Fortin coming across.
He was almost 20 meters ahead. All right, we have in the section 6 of 8, lane 1, we look like we might have a full field. But again, let's not jump the gun. Maclear Nathaniel in lane 1 from Neon Worlds. Josiah Semper, Point Fortin, lane 2. Jabari Guadalupe, lane 3. Caleb Irving, Zenith Athletic, lane 4. Josiah Peter, lane 5. Muwaya, yes, he's here. Muwaya Charles from Toko Tafak, lane 6. No lane 7, and Siden James, Concord Athletic, lane 8. So runners in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but no 7, and runner in lane 8. They're going on the starters orders now. So long. No, they get up and they're off. Even start. Couple of runners already trying to make up this stagger. Charles is one of those. He's definitely on the inside, though. You can see lane 1. Nathaniel is definitely running good stride. He's just gone past most people here. So lane 8, Kidden James from Concord, and lane 1, Nathaniel. Those look like the front runners as they head to the top of the stretch. Right now it's clear that Nathaniel has taken the lead and he is striding away. But here comes Siden James. He's coming back at him really hard. And it's going to be a hard finish between the two. Close. But he's not going to get there. Nathaniel holds on. James finishes second. And in third place is Jabari Guadalupe from Burnley Athletic.
Gritty performance there by James to hold on to the win, but you really can't fault the effort at all from the man on the outside, Caden Siden James, who really ran well to finish second. Came back well. Here's the winning time for Nathaniel, 51.69989. Correction. James finishing in second place, just behind him, and of course
51.893.
51.893. That's
it's
time.
Interesting. I was wondering if both runners were able to see the other runner, because it was clear that probably by the time Siden James saw Nathaniel had already crossed. So they changed it. James was 51.993. And if you look at it here, I think he now realizes that Nathaniel is on the inside, and he realizes the race might have been lost. I don't know if at this point Nathaniel can see James, and I honestly don't think he could. He just was running blind there.
Well, the thing is, one of the cues on how close your rival is, you're listening to the thud of the spikes into the ground. And once it starts to get louder, then you know he's getting closer.
But in lane 1 to lane 8, Nathaniel might not have been hearing anything.
Yeah, well, it's not a huge crowd. Usually in those huge crowds, you can't hear anything. But who knows? Maybe out of the corner of his eye, runners can look round corners, perhaps. We go to section 7 of these boys under 20 400-meter dash, and let's tell you who's in. No runner in lane number 1. So Coyote Lee of Alpha is not running today. And a few defections from this field. Darius Martin of Phoenix in 2, no runner in 3. In 4, we have Alfred Peer of Abilene in 5. Omari Brown, Octathlon winner. He is in lane number 6. In 7, lane number 5, correction, in 6. Jayuth Lewis of Trailblazers in 7. Terrell Hernandez and Daniel Davis of Elite in lane number 8. And as you would expect, Omari Brown is going to start well here. And Brown has started to go well already in lane number 5. He is catching up. He's already gone past one athlete, and now he's tracked down the second. Only man in front of him is Daniel Davis of Toko Tafak, and he has him in his sights at the moment. But Omari Brown getting some serious heat on his left-hand side as Alfred Peer of Abilene Wildcats has come up alongside him, and those two are going shoulder to shoulder. Brown will have to do some work here if he is to win this one. Brown doing the corner very well. He can't shake off Peer at all. Brown holding the lead from Peer. And Brown continues to hold on. He's starting to advance his lead now, and he will win it. That is a fine battle with Peer. And those two have come to the line. Omari Brown winning once again.
Well, the time on the board was 47.97. But we wait for the official time. But that was a great battle. He held his nerve and he held his technique. And that was important. He got challenged. He didn't panic. That was the key. He just didn't panic. Yes, they are giving him 47.988. And Peer is getting 48.464. He didn't panic. And in the end, Peer panicked. Had he kept his technique, I think he would have closed that gap or stayed closer. Look at it here. At this point, Peer thinks he's got him. And right here, you can see he decides he's going to run it, and he just puts a little gap in between. And right there, Peer's stride starts to go off. He's rocking a little bit and ends up just falling a little behind.
Now, remember, Omari Brown is not a sprinter. That's not his stock in trade. He is the reigning Carifta Octathlon champion at under 17 level. He broke the record for the championship, 5,158 points to win the gold medal right here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Interesting. All right, so section 8 of 8. We do have runners in lane 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, well, we look like we might have a full field. Yeah, just doing a quick check. All right, Mikel Mitchell, Trailblazers lane 1. Jaheim Hoodlin, IG Fast lane 2. Amadeus Ferguson, Zenith Athletic lane 3. Caetano Fox, Burnley Athletic lane 4. Giovanni Bob Sample, Abilene lane 5. Zacchaeus Charles, Point Fortin lane 6. Xavion Philip, Concord Athletic lane 7. And Elijah Arthur, Stallion Athletic lane 8. So we have a full 8 lanes. Good race. Usually all the big guns are in the last heat, but it's not last section, but it's not always the case.
Burnley versus Abilene. That's going to be the battle in 4 and 5.
I think so as well. And they're off there. Good start. Everybody got off to a good start. The only runner looking like he's gapped a little bit is the Burnley runner right now. But Giovanni Bob Semple is running down the backstretch and making up the stagger on the runners on the outside of him. And the 4 outside runners have separated. That's Semple, Charles, Philip, and Arthur. But just as I say that, Arthur starts to accelerate from Stallions Athletic. Bob Semple is struggling just a little bit. Arthur, he's blowing. Arthur is looking like he's grinding into the line. Bob Semple is coming to a halt. And his Charles has passed him on the inside. Bob Semple, Arthur wins from Charles from Bob Semple. So Arthur, he measured his run. Bob Semple definitely had a good start, just couldn't hold it.
Yeah,
49.672 is Arthur's time.
Well, that's one of the better times today, but the best time, of course, is still Omari Brown's 47.988. But a good run from Arthur. He might finish among the top 3. I think he has done enough there. So that's going to be the end of the boys under 2400 meter dash. There is the men's 400-meter dash open that's coming up. That has 5 finals. And that, of course, is for the athletes who have graduated out of the youth programs. And they're now in that middle zone as we watch the replay again. And Elijah Arthur doing his best impression of Kung Fu Kenny.
Yeah, he definitely with the headband and everything there. So but a good run in the end. He held on, held belief that he would catch the runner from Simplex, and he did. Took him a long time, but he did. All right, just 5 runners, as you say. In fact, I'm only seeing 4 runners here for this. So Jason John from UTT Patriots, he's in lane 3. I'm not seeing a runner in lane 4. No, he's scratched. Joel Augustin from Dabadi Pro, lane 5. In lane 6, Denzel Williams, Concord Athletic. And yes, there is a runner in lane 7, Shandel Balkaran. So 4 runners. And we have 5 sections in the men's 400-meter open. And these are runners who, as you say, would have been running in the under-20s last year, maybe the year before. And it's always that graduating out sometimes. Some runners mature later, but here they are.
Just so we talk about in other sports, like the difference between an under-19 cricketer and going on to a West Indies team, that gap between there, very, very important. This is what these events are about.
And they're off. Good start by all of them as they head into turn 2 and down the back stretch. More or less the staggers staying pretty even for the time being. No runner with a distinct advantage as yet. But the runner in the far lane there, that's Balkaran. He's stretching it out just a little bit. It looks like they're all going to, the Balkaran definitely keeping a good stride. Augustin has picked it up, but it's Balkaran who hits the front. And now John starts to accelerate from UTT. But I don't think he's going to catch Balkaran. John, but it's Balkaran in lane 7. John finishing second. And Augustin in 3rd place.
Yeah, John just found a little surge at the end there as Balkaran started to tire, but wasn't able to catch up with him. And a good run by Balkaran held his nerve well to get the win. Shondell Balkaran of Stallions Athletic. And his winning time is 51.195. 51.195, that's the time. And we go to section 2 now. And small field in this one. I'm just seeing 4 athletes out there at the moment. No one in lane number 2. So no Daniel McDonald of Mountain Eagles. We do have Burnley Athletic, and Kyle Williams is there. A couple more athletes are now joining the party. So we'll refer that, just change that for you. This is the men's 400-meter dash open, one of 5 finals. And these are time finals and the 5 sections in place. Just looking down the list, Matthew Graham is in section 5. Certainly he will pose a challenge in that last race. Jeremy Blackman among those in the section 4. As here we are, we're just about ready to go. So it's Williams of Burnley in 3, Roberts of Memphis Pioneers in 4, Roberts of Jaleel Roberts of UTT in 5, Douglas of Fulfilling Athletic Dreams is in lane number 6, and Paul of Dookie's Athletics, he is in lane number 7. No athletes in lane number 8. So here we are, just these 5 runners involved. Oh, there was a false start, and it was clearly Kyle Williams of Burnley is the one who's false started here. That's not something you see very often in the 400 meters at the senior level, but certainly at the junior level that it does tend to happen. We've seen one false start in the 400 meters, and now we've seen one here today. So Kyle Williams might be on his way out here. So that's unfortunate for him, but he just pulled the trigger a bit too early. And the starters just conferring with the marshals here. And there is the card. The card is coming out. And unfortunately, Kyle Williams of Burnley, I believe, is the one who's going to see it here. He doesn't want to turn around at this point. He doesn't want to look at the officials, but I think he knows what's going to happen next here. And small crowd here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium looking on. And most of them are just in the region of where our cameras are at the moment. It's been a fine day for running, isn't it? It's not oppressively hot, just enough heat to keep everyone cool and nice in the stadium. Meantime, the under 20 boys long jump is going on, and the official now heading out towards the middle. Let's see where he goes. It is lane number 3, and it is Kyle Williams of Burnley who has false started, and he will have to go. Number 5-7 is out of 575. Kyle Williams is gone from the field. Unfortunate. No, he stayed in. In fact, apology, I didn't look at the card. I thought he was gone. It was yellow, I believe.
It was yellow. So a warning.
A warning, yes. So he is on, and Williams is still in. Here we go with the start of the race here. And a good start on the outside for Rondell Paul of Dookies Athletic. Also going well is the UTT Patriots man, Jaleel Roberts, one of the 2 Roberts in this one. The other Roberts has been left behind. That's Memphis Pioneers. Kadesh Roberts, he is trailing the field. Looks like an injury has taken him out of the race. The front 4 are going well, but Burnley's Kyle Williams, who has survived that bit of a reprieve, and now he's taken to the frontier. We saw this in the earlier race, and he has taken absolute control of this one. Trying to chase him down is Roberts of Memphis Pioneers, but look at this. He has taken adversity and made it into opportunity here, and Kyle Williams of Burnley Athletics is striding towards the line and will get the win. 48:16 is the flash time. That's fastest. And the 2 men from UTT Patriots and Fulfilling Athletic Dreams, they came across contesting second.
Contesting. And it's an odd stride from the Burnley man. He seems to be just reaching a bit in his stride. And sometimes it's that tends to be slow you down rather than make you faster. But in this case, he ran 48. So a good time, not necessarily a fantastic time, but it's certainly a very good time.
Well, I think they're trying to separate second and third here because the UTT Patriots, Roberts and Douglas of Fulfilling Athletic Dreams, they were very, very close to each other. So they might be trying to separate those 2, but it is Williams that wins it in a 48.232.
Yeah, and they gave Roberts the second place there. Just marginally. It was literally 1/100th of a second. There you see 207 as against 214. That's not even that 7,000th of a second separating second and third.
Well, he was 3 seconds faster, the winner in the last race.
Well ahead of the. All right, so in section 3 we have Nikhil Denoon, UTT Patriots, and they well prepared. Lincoln Arquez, lane 3. Nathaniel Semper, no. Zuriel Edwards, lane 4. No Nathaniel Semper, he's not here. Elia Carrington, yes, he is there, just doing a start. No, lane 7, which is Genesis Joseph. And lane 8, Adrian Bailey from Dookies Athletic. And he looks to be there as well. So no lane 5. No lane 7. No lane 1. 6 runners? No, 5 runners right now. All right, they're getting in. Taking his time to get them all in. They're up and they're off. And a good start from all of them. But the UTT runner is already making up his stagger. That's the noon. And he's now really coming down the back stretch. But out on the far side, the runner from Dukey's Athletic, Adrian Bailey, looking smooth so far. It's definitely going to be, he has kept pace along with the noon. It's the runner on the furthest lane and the runner on the nearest lane. Now they get 100 meters to go, but the noon is coming hard. Is he going to get him? He's holding. Oh, but the noon gets him right on the line. The noon with the victory. Bailey just couldn't hold off. He was tying up right at the end, and he started to chop his stride within the last 50 meters, and you could see him gritting his teeth.
Yeah, the lactic acid just catching up with him there, and he lost it in the last 10 meters. But what a run by the UTT man to get the victory. And the under-20s, that long jump is taking place at the moment. And the UTT athlete, and that is from, well, I thought that was UTT, might be IG Fastlane, actually.
All right, so the noon at 48.657 was the winner. And Bailey also ran a 48 in second place. All right, I'll just give you the names of the next section here. Nikel Batiste is going to be running in lane 2 from Stallions. Lorne Leacock from, Jeremiah Grant will be UTT Patriots. Well, let's see if they're all here. Lorne Leacock will be lane 4, Neon Worlds, Kigel Chance, Jeremy Blackman, Kwame Jofield, and Keron Pear. That is supposed to be the lineup. But somehow I don't feel that is the lineup, but let's be patient. So there is a runner in lane 8, one in lane 7, runner in lane 6, but there is no Kigel Chance in lane 5 from Zenith. There's a runner in lane, no, there's no runner in lane 4 either. There's another jumper going into the pit. Definitely that jump was shorter than the jump from the previous jumper, who's we're still trying to find. He would have looked like a UTT uniform. So in this race, Batiste and Grant, lanes 2 and 3. Leacock and Chance have scratched. And then we have Blackman, Jofield, and Pierce. So 5 runners again. And they're off. Good start from the runner in the far side. That's Pierre. Jofield is going well. And then the 2 runners on the inside, Batiste and Grant. But Pierre is extending his lead. Pierre is really putting on a show here. But it's the runner on the inside that has the best chance of catching him now, I would say. And that's Batiste and Grant. And they are coming hard. Both are coming hard. And there, I think they're going to catch Pierre. Can't Pierre hold on? He's tying up badly. And the 2 runners, but it's going to be Grant. Is it? Well, Grant put his hands up, but it might have been Batiste that won that. Grant has fallen on the ground. Batiste is there. Pierre definitely got third.
Well, I think it was Batiste who actually got in on the outside.
I think so too, but he put his hands up like, and I suppose maybe he was trying to sway the judges.
Well, it's all about that torso. Which torso got across the line first, and that's what they might be looking at the moment. They haven't separated the 2 just yet, but from our camera, it is Grant that actually wins it, 49.893. 49.893, that's the time for Grant.
And that's as against 49.98. So 8.9 versus 9.8. No, it's 8.9 and 8.9. I think they've given them both the same time.
Wow, that was very, very close indeed. So the hand trick didn't work. Last of the time finals of the men's 400-meter dash open. And you really don't see the big guns of the 400 meters appearing at this early in the season. Most of them are training away. But these are the athletes who are trying to make a name for themselves. And some of the athletes, a few of them we might see in years to come, couple of seasons to come in national teams. And this provides, that's why these development meets exist, to give these athletes the platform to put up their times. And it's sports like this, and of course cycling, your favorite sport, it's an objective thing. You produce the fastest times, you make the national teams.
Sometimes.
I think you are one particular.
Yes. Reserve judgment, but yeah, it's always, again, too, I think sometimes what we miss is you do need to look at the circumstances under which those times are met and the time of year. You always have, when the events come around, the real champions step up. They always do. They always do step up. The big runners step up for the big events. It's as simple as that.
So here's section 5. Webster of Concord in 2, Graham of Patriots in 3, Alexander of Zenith in 4, St. John of Elite in 5, St. Joseph of Mountain in 6, James of Abilene in 7, and Devatai of Dookies is in lane number 8. Might be a battle of the Saints here in 5 and 6. Who knows? Here we go. And there is the start. And it is a good start here for Matthew Graham of UTT Patriots. He's already gone past Kadane Alexander of Zenith Athletic. But here is Concord's Rafael Webster joining him on the outside. The man who's leading at the moment is just inside of the Abilene man. Israel Devatai is up there in the running. There's a runner who has pulled up at the moment here. But here comes Abilene's Jaden James. He's challenging for the lead. Burnley, the athlete from Burnley who's been added to the race, is out in front. Now we're seeing the Mountain Eagles man, Enoch St. Joseph, who is out in front. St. Joseph is out in front, and he is trying to hold on to the lead here. Can he hold on? It is Concord's Webster who's coming, and Webster takes it in the end. Just on the last 5 meters, Webster takes it from Enoch St. Joseph of Mountain Eagles.
And Webster looked like he was just about to pull up himself right at the line, but he did it. 49.212 from Joseph, 49.274, and then Graham 49.746. Close running between the top 3, and it was a good race. And Webster, he didn't look like he was going to win at any point in time until he got to those last 50 meters, and he was in the frame. Good running, measured running.
Well, that will bring an end to the competition in the 400-meter dash for today. And we are very much, Chris, on the final page, really.
Oh.
Yeah, we just have the 1,500 meters to go. And the 1,500 meters will be for girls and boys under 17, for girls under 20, and women's. There's also the boys under 20 and the men's 1,500-meter race. And after that, it's the relays.
And then after, you saw just another fantastic jump there by one of the under 20. We're trying to get the names. They don't come up on the board, and we are trying to get the names. And of course, my own.
Well, I think that's QRC's Cristiano Perez. Well, that's Cristiano Perez of QRC.
Yes, it was.
This field does include Tyreek Vincent, who jumped earlier, produced a massive jump, and then he sat down since then. I think he's good. But in fact, he's now at the top of the mark. So Tyreek Vincent is not going to come up next. It could be one of the Jaheim Hodlin, I believe, is going to come up next. Well, the 1,500 meters are already lining up on the far side of the field. Here's the next jumper.
Oh, he jumped literally before the board, before they landed the takeoff strip. And so if you know long jump, there's a takeoff strip. You've seen it there where the distance is measured from. And essentially, you are allowed to put your foot onto the white part of it, but not onto the yellow part of it. And he jumped off, literally pushing off well before that. So, that's easily 10 centimeters short of his jump. Here's the other jumpers. Well, they're preparing the pit before he comes in.
This is Tyreek Vincent, the reigning decathlon champion for Carifta Games. Brilliant stuff last year. Celebrated by doing the cat scratch, as they call it, where you arch your back and you look like a crab that's turned upside down. Yeah, he was brilliant.
When you're young and you can do certain things.
Yes, he
Wait
can
till
do
you
it.
get to 50, young man.
He's a distance from that. Tariq Vincent, born in 2008. Here he is, Tariq Vincent, down the track. It's going to be a fair jump.
Oh,
I think he's broken. Yeah, it is a fair jump. And he produced a personal best, actually, in the 100 meters earlier today. So his father was downstairs very proud of what his son has done here today. Tariq Vincent, what's it going to be? That's going to be a big jump.
That looks like at least 6 or 7 meters to me.
Vincent will be competing in the under 20 category this year at the Carifta Games. And in the long jump, last year it was Jamaica that dominated this one. Jamaica's Michael Andre Edwards, he put in a jump of 7.41 meters to win the gold medal. So you have to be in the region. It was quite close, actually. Tion Haynes of Barbados, his jump of 7.35 meters was only 0.06 centimeters away. Well, I think we're just about ready for the 1500 meters race, and that's what's going to happen next.
Another good jump there, but I think he would be well short of the previous jumper. I'm definitely thinking that. So 1500 meters on the far side.
Girls on the 1500 meters event. And this is 3 3/4 laps around the park here. And Brittany Morgan of Cougars track. She's in the back of the pack at the moment. Kenya Muir of RSS Phoenix also involved in this one. Kama Burnett of Cougars is in there along with Aaliyah Teasdale of PT Achievers. And Nyla Kerr is the outstanding athlete in the bunch. And she is already taken to the front here. Mariah Charles of PT Achievers also in there. But here's Nyla Kerr. Nyla Kerr were qualified for the Carifta Games team last year. But on the eve of the games, real heartbreak for her. She was injured and had to be pulled from the team, unfortunately for her. And you would think that she would be back in the running this year for a place in the Carifta
That's
team.
always tough for an athlete. So she's pulling out a decent lead. The rest of the pack are sort of in and around about 20 meters behind her. But she is opening a steady gap as she goes. They're just going around the 400-meter mark.
Yeah, she may be the oldest of the athletes in the field. The youngest is Brittany Morgan of Cougars. And she is at the back of the pack at the moment. But Nyla Kerr is certainly, you think that she will win this quite easily, but a great chance for her to get a sense of where she is in terms of her preparation for the Carifta Games. And she's already opened up, I believe, well over 20-meter lead at the moment here. And the two trailing runners, most likely, I believe these are from PT Achievers, Teasdale and Charles. They're in a distant second, and Charles is Nyla Kerr is starting to open up a lead even more now.
Yeah, and she hasn't slowed down much. The other runners have just started at a good pace, but you can see that their cadence has just dropped off a tad.
Nyla Kerr definitely out in front, and she is looking like the favorite to take this one.
When she hits the line here, she's going to have 2 laps. She's 2:14 for 700 meters.
2:14. That's maybe a little bit below where she normally goes. But we do have the two runners are, in fact, Teasdale and Charles. And it is Charles on the inside and Teasdale on the outside. Just looking at the battle for second place.
And at that point, you can tell, if your coach is going to tell you, don't run on the outside on the curve. Take a few steps less. But she is on the outside, but the gap is definitely opened up by just from our observation here, probably 60 meters now.
Yeah, and it's getting even longer at the moment. In fourth place at the moment, it's Kenya Muir of RSS Phoenix. And she is starting to climb up alongside, just starting to close the gap between Teasdale and Charles, who are battling for second and third place. And in fact, I think it is Charles who's now pulled ahead in second. In the meantime, Nyla Kerr is in the final stretch now. Well, she is in the stretch here for the penultimate stage of the competition. There she goes. She is heading up towards the line. She will see, and she will take the bell in about 50 meters or so. Nyla Kerr, a nice even run out here for her in the 1500-meter event. Things have changed a bit for second and third place. Kenya Meir is now climbed into third place, and she's left one of the two runners. Now, in fact, Meir has been left behind, and it's a big battle. Yeah, it's a big battle going on for second and third and fourth here.
Our leader just did a 127 400 for that last lap. So she's just extended the gap now. Is a solid 100-meter gap between herself and the second place.
Well, the time to get medals at the Carifta Games last year in the 1500-meter event, the bronze medal time was 4 minutes 41.61. I don't think she's going to make that here today, but it is the first day of the season for many of these runners. Cindy Rose won the gold medal for Jamaica last year in the 1500, 4 minutes 37.95. That was her winning time.
And that time just passed us. And at least we have here, she's coming home strong. I like this from her. She's coming home really strong here.
And she is leading by almost exactly a half a lap at the moment. She has absolutely decimated this field. And here is Kerr driving towards the line, and she is going to win this quite comfortably. Her rivals are still on the backstretch, Chris.
Still on the backstretch.
Just over 5 minutes.
And she upped her pace in that last lap to 1:15. So that tells you the difference there. She just kept accelerating. So she's definitely coming on some form. But still short. She probably ran her close to about a 5 minute 1500.
In second place at the moment, it is Charles of PT Achievers, and Mir of Phoenix looks like she's going to gobble up third place, but it's Charles here is driving towards the line. Now she puts in a little bit of acceleration, and she will get across the line just about 5:45. Mir might hold on for third here. She has.
She definitely has. And again, Charles was, at one point, she looked like she was fading back to third, even back to fourth. And then accelerated it. It's always hard for these younger athletes to know how to pace themselves, when to hold back, when to go for it. You saw the sprint sometimes at the end, and you realize if you can sprint that hard at the end, you probably didn't run. You probably didn't run as hard as you should in the meters before. But it's a learning experience.
Yes, you certainly did leave something out there. So that's the girls under 17, and I think we would have a combined event here. Or is this the boys about ready to go? It is the boys under 17. Tariq Vincent has just produced another enormous jump here.
Enormous jump. But I don't think it's bigger than the first one that we saw. Just looking at the start of the boys 1500 on the far side. The camera is focusing over. You have Dejani Williams, Lamel Douglas, Alex Campbell, Isaiah George, Zidane Hamid, Larry Drayton, Damon Patel, and Raymond Lewis.
Yeah, there are the athletes there. And there are two sections in this one. Wonder if they have, in fact, combined the races. We do have the under 20s coming up after that. And those guys standing up there just flapping their arms, they look like the under 20s.
We have a jumper from UTT, it looks like. He's coming down the ramp. Oh, that is a good jump. He definitely will be challenging there.
Turning up the heat, perhaps, on Tariq Vincent.
Number 44.
And that was the jump. Well, Micaiah Ward is supposed to be wearing 844 in the boys' long jump, but I'm just seeing 844 on the chest of the last jumper.
All right, there's just been a bit of a delay with the start of the boys under 17 1500 meter. We can't say what the delay or what's causing the delay. Just looking at it, you would think maybe they will put the fields together because there's just 5 other runners. So maybe he's just trying to get confirmation to run a combined field. All right, so just letting you know that Wave Sport TV will be here all season for the National Athletics. The tournaments that they have or the events that they have will progress through the season, leading all the way up to the Carifta Games and the National Championships. The Carifta Games normally take place on the Easter weekend. Of course, there are a couple of other events that will probably be taking place as well, but Carifta is probably one of the more popular and consistent events to take place. And they'll also have the Carifta Trials, which takes place, what, about a month before?
No, about a week before, about a couple of weeks before. So we'll be doing the Carifta Trials.
And you will be able to see those Carifta Trials here.
Yes, of course.
On Wave Sport TV, live.
Right, so of course the biggest event locally is the national championship. So of course we'll be looking forward to that as well. And it's going to be all season, all the development meets, and of course we'll be looking at some other meets as well. Next week we'll be trying. I know there's the Abilene Wildcats fitness meet next week at the Larry Gomes Stadium. If we can get to be there as well, because we don't want you to miss out any of the track and field events.
Yes, we don't want you to miss out any, please. And again, remember, sport needs your support. Like, subscribe, and share. This is how we help sport to get to the you and to the sponsors. That consistent argument that there's not enough money coming into the sport from corporate TNT. If they can't see it, if it's not visible, they're not going to put money in. So this is your chance to make sure that it gets visible and that corporate TNT gets to see some of the really good athletes that are on show. All right, so they looks, just looking across from the camera angle that we have here, like they have combined the men's 1500. So that means joining Edwards, Reddy, Cadet, Siwatan, Dandas, Dillon, Peters, and Williams will be Harding, Samaru, Alexander. No, sorry, I've been calling the wrong names. So Hamid with Torres, Gonzalez, Young, Davis, Surratt, Williams, and Singh. But it's hard to say. I can tell you right now that that is definitely not all who is there. They definitely have a few people missing. It's going to be hard to tell who, but we are positive that there definitely a couple of players are missing. Still a bit of a delay. I think they're just trying to organize and get this scoreboard sorted out. Do you think, video? I know when they combine these fields, they do it. It's in the interest of having one race.
Well, I think what they're trying to make sure is that the officials up in the stands have everyone registered properly for the race or for the official results. You don't want to run the race and then your name is not there at the end of the race.
Yeah, and there are no lanes here, so it's not that is not an issue. It's the issue really is about just making sure that you are all registered in the race and the officials know who you are. So as Video Ramphal just pointed out, if you cross the line first, second, and third, then you are there. All right, they're off. And it's about 12 runners. 11. A good healthy pack. It hasn't broken up too much as yet as they head into the just about 100 meters gone at steady pace so far. And I gotta say, this is not a fast pace. They're running more of a strategic pace at this time. But they've gone through those first 300 meters in 49. So that's not slow.
So there's Michael Surratt, who's taken the lead, the man who's running for Phoenix Athletics in the white and red. He is, he was holding on to the lead. Now he's just been surpassed there. And the QRC man, NZ Davis, is in second place. Third place now.
But he's just been passed, and all of a sudden, from being a tight bunch, gaps are just opening up as they go down the back stretch. Pace is definitely picking up just a little bit. Surratt is still in the lead. He's on the shoulder of the other runner. So it's Surratt and Williams. And then you have QRC man, Davis, in third. It's holding a steady gap there. And they've just run that on 14 for that last 400.
Well, Michael Surratt just had to look back to see what the effect of his enormous run, his pacemaking is done here. What they've done is these two have separated themselves into the heads of state, as you would say in your sport, cycling.
They've definitely made a gap there. NC Davis is all alone by himself. And then you have a group of three. So those two at front are definitely striding better. They look like they have a better cadence at this time. And they coming around to get 2 to go. So still 1,000 meters left.
Yeah, Williams just sitting on the back, just on the shoulder of Surratt at the moment here. Now he's just gone in front. But Surratt has shown already he wants to be out in front. Sometimes you don't want to see your opponent. You want your opponent to see you bleed. It's always good to stay out in front.
But Williams is just opening his stride a little bit. And just as I say that, Surratt opens up his stride and comes right back. And they're coming for the bell. And that was a 1:18 lap, so they're not getting faster. They were both slowed down there. NC Davis is still in third, and he's holding a solid 20-meter lead over fourth and fifth.
Well, that is a fine battle that's going on between Surratt and Williams there. Surratt again has forged out to the front. He doesn't like to stay in the back, does he, at all?
No, he doesn't. But
He
he's
loves
run
it.
some extra meters by running on the outside of the curve. But let's see how it goes as they head down the backstretch right now.
He runs, he's sort of leaning forward. Williams is very upright in terms of his run. He's looking a bit comfortable, but does Surratt have enough to hold on here, Chris?
Oh, they're inside the last 200 meters, and he is opening a gap. Surratt is starting to accelerate now. Both are accelerating, but Surratt is just a gap a meter. No, here comes Williams. He's coming back. He's coming back. He's coming back, and Surratt is digging deep. Williams is digging. It's going to be a photo finish, I dare say.
Williams just got it on the line, just ahead. I think he was desperately close. I think Williams just got ahead of Surratt, and it is going to be Davis of QRC to take the third place. He was left behind quite early in this one, and he's held on for third.
And they did such a staggering time, 1:10 for that last 400. So from 1:14 to 1:18, but then back down to 1:10. So both control their middle pace a little bit to both try and finish up fast. It was a good run in the end, a close finish. 1,500 meters, and they could hardly be separated.
I'll tell you what, the smallest man in the field, Zidane Hamid, who was born in 2010. He's the smallest in terms of size. He actually came in for fifth in the white and red. Just he was at the top of your picture
He was
there.
born in 2010. That will give him maybe 15 years old, maybe 16 at best.
He's the shortest of them. He's, in fact, all of the others are towering over him, but he still managed to come in for fifth. Shortest stride, of course.
Well, we really had a good race there. So now we are looking at the far side. If you're looking at the screen, I think that is the men under 20 1,500 meters runners are gathered on the far side. Yeah.
There may be a thought that they might combine both sections of this boys under 20 1,500 meter race. And just looking down the track here, there are some familiar names here. Armani Dillon is one of them. We've seen a lot of in the local road running circuit. Number 419, he is in this one.
All right, let me just give you a rundown of the names. Lorenzo Edwards, Tigers. Christopher Raddy, Presentation. Justin Cadet, Phoenix. Caden Siwertan, Richard Jones. Jamion Dandas, Mountain Eagles. Amani Dillon, Concord. Osdean Peters, Point Fortin. And Luke Williams, UTT Patriots. So that would be the section 1 of 2 for the boys under 20 1,500 meter run.
Armani Dillon is the star performer in this one. He finished, won the silver medal last year at the Carifta Games at under 17 level. And he would have finished second to Christopher Sammy, the new young star of 1,500 meter running. Actually, that was in the 3,000, correction.
But he, again, Christopher Sammy doubled up. So Dillon is just doing the shorter distance. And of course, distance runners do that often. They run the shorter distances to gauge their speed and effort. So as you say, he should be definitely one of the favorites here.
Yeah, he certainly will be, Armani Dillon. And Christopher Sammy really wrote his name up in lights last year. And it wasn't just the fact that he won those races convincingly. It was his personality. His interviews after that with one of our Sportsmax colleague were legendary. He said, well, first there was one, then there were four, then there were 3, then there were 2, and then I didn't see anybody, so I went on to win.
Confidence. That's what
Yeah,
you
he's
call
quite a
confidence of
character.
Maybe. I always remember a famous interview by a cyclist. They asked him at the end if the guy could beat him. He said no. For that guy to have beaten him, he wasn't born as yet, and his mother has already died.
That's confidence. Up to when the other guy beats you.
Yeah. Just a bit of a delay, and we're not sure as to why.
There might be registration issues again. You got to make sure that your name is in there for the competition. Here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. It's a little bit hotter than it was earlier today, Chris. Earlier today was...
It is warming up right now, and of course the skies are clearing, but they are on the line and they seem to be getting starters orders. And then, no, they get withdrawn. And so maybe the starters saw something heat. And then back onto their marks. And they're off.
And so here they go. Nice bunch start as you would expect in the early stages of this one. And yeah, so now they're going to start, the front runners will start to roll up towards to do their thing at the front. And this is the 1500 meters for boys under 20. Bunch start at the moment.
So we just looking to see if we see Amari Dillon in that bunch there. But they're still all well bunched together. And it is, I want to say, slower pace than the heats we saw last. Just about a 50-second 300 meter. So that's a more strategic pace.
Justin Cadet of Phoenix has gone to the front. That's the man in the white and red, and wearing number 356. And just with him on the outside, a couple of the runners we would have identified at the start of this one.
Well, I can see the guy from Richard Jones, who we talked about, the gym, Caden Swiratan. He's in there. He's actually in the lead right now.
Yeah, Swiratan has gone to the front. Only for a short time, I think, because it looks like that man, Justin Cadet, just sitting on his shoulder, just waiting to see what's going to happen here. We did see Suratan, I believe, in the 400s not too long ago. Yeah, he really has been living in the gym. I'm looking at him closely now. He really has been in the gym a lot. He's put on a lot of weight in the last year, and it's all muscle, in fact.
So a bunch of 5, they just go through there in about 1:15.
Luke Williams of UTT Patriots is in second place. Suratan now rolling up to second place. And he's made a move here, Suratan, with 2 laps to go here. So Suratan just on the outside. He's just riding on the shoulder of the man in red, Luke Williams. Cadet, of Phoenix has dropped back to third place now, and Suratan has taken over the lead. But those 4, that 4 is just, it's difficult to break up there. Someone's going to have to make a move at some point, and they will try to pace themselves. Suratan now starting to pull slightly ahead of the pack here. And it is Luke Williams who's trying to reel him in. In fact, Luke Williams has now rolled up to the front and has taken over the lead, and he will come to take is this going to be the penultimate lap?
It looks that way. No, it is. It definitely, they're coming to hear the bell. They'll have just 400 meters to go. Pace is just about even, I have to say.
So Luke Williams of UTT Patriots in the lead. Just behind him is Justin Cadet, and now dropping out of the picture slightly is Caden Swiratan, who has dropped back to third, and he is falling off the pace here. The front 2 are starting to pull ahead here, Chris, and it looks like that will be the battle for the gold medal.
And the question is Amari in this race at all?
He's not, in fact, in this one. They are not seeing the Concord uniform, so he's not competing in this one. Just to answer that question.
And the front 2 have definitely opened up here. They've just walked away from the other runners. You got to say Sweeratan is in danger of losing its third place right now.
Yes, the front two have opened up 25, going on to 30 meters away from them now. Cadet has been left behind now by Cadet is out in front, and he is left behind Williams. And Williams is trying to battle back, but this is a good run here from Justin Cadet. The Phoenix Athletics man pulls away and wins it by 20 meters here in the end. That's a fine run from him.
That's a fine run.
And he gets first place in this section. Second place to Williams, and in third place is Suratan.
And that last 400 and 106.5, that really stepped up the pace.
And Christopher Radhe of Presentation College finishes in fourth.
Yeah, Sweeratan just held on for third, but I want to say held on. By the time he got to the last 100 here, he was extending his lead over the fourth place runner. Still have a couple of runners coming in to finish.
Lorenzo Edwards of Tigers coming across the track there in the orange of Tigers. And now coming across here with number 125 on his back, I believe. Didn't quite get the numbers of the last two, but that has completed, Chris, the section one of the boys under 20 1500 meter race. And that was convincingly won there by Justin Cadet.
Yeah, and Justin looks like a 400 meter runner. Just looking at him.
Yeah.
You know, I could be wrong. Maybe he's just doing the 1500 to do some extension of his aerobic capacity, as we like to call it. Section 2 of the 1500 boys under 20 is coming up. Darius Harding of Concord Athletic, Jeremy Sarmaru, like that name seems to, I think he might have run 400 earlier. Jaden Alexander of UTT Patriots, Malik Young of Zenith Athletic, Hezekiah Marcano of Memphis Pioneers, Israel Marin of Tigers Athletics, Bjorn White of Burnley, Therese Lefay of Neon Worlds, and Elijah Mitchell of Abilene. So some of these guys definitely would have run the 400 earlier. So you know that they are doing this double sort of run as part of their training. And again, that's why these times they are important, but they're not critical to the athlete.
Darius Harding, a two-time secondary schools 5K winner. Harding, who of CTS College, he would have won the secondary schools track and field event for the last 2 years running, and he is in the purple of Concord on the inside of the track. That's the man to watch in this race.
And those 5K runs are always. All right, well, we are looking here at the boys section 2 of the boys under 20 1500 meter. It's a field of 9. And Harding is, well, right now he's Vidya's favorite. And once again, this stop-start, they've been called to the line and then they withdrawn. And again, they called a second time. And as you say that, Harding hits the front almost immediately. So from here, we can see that the pace is quite brisk. Definitely quicker than they're definitely running a quicker pace than the first section. So they're going to go through these first 300 meters in 44, and that's significantly quicker than some of the other times for the first 300 meters. And in some cases, you got guys we had one that was about 48 and one was 50, so good quick pace here. And 3 guys have separated themselves. I know one includes Darius Harding. We're not sure of the other two yet.
Well, the second is from UTT Patriots. It's Jaden Alexander.
As they come around with so Alexander leads Darius Harding. Can't see a number on the third runner. And they ran that there in 102 for that 400. About 102.6 by my clock.
And remember, Harding is a 5,000 meter runner and a two-time champion at secondary schools level. So he is one who is going to, this is easy stuff for him, the 1,500 meter event. Just to give you an idea of his time, last year he won the 5,000 meters in 16 minutes and 49 seconds.
And that's some quick plays.
He also beat Isaiah Alder of Queens Royal College into second place. And Alder is a pretty good runner himself.
And they're coming back around to see one lap to go. And just a bit of a separation. Alexander and Harding are just putting a bit of a gap on the third place runner as they head down here. 2 laps to go, sorry. And Alexander pulls out. And that was a... So Alex, I'm not sure if he was doing the pacemaking, but it seems as if he just couldn't continue anymore. And Darius Harding is just left. It could be an injury. Alexander literally pulled out with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, he's gone from the race, and that leaves it as the top two. But it is Harding who is out in front, and Harding, well, he's going to hold on to win here, isn't he? Unless something dramatic happens.
Well, I hope the officials haven't messed this up, because I think Darius Harding is finishing his run there. He did a 3:56 that last 400 in 1:06. And Francis finishes in second place. And then we have another UTT runner, it looks like, coming in.
Yeah, there may have been some runners added to the race after our script was published.
Oh, yes. A couple of runners here finishing pretty strong. And there's the runner from Richard Jones, that's Samaru. And then a couple of other runners just coming in at the end.
Nobody wants to come in the last place, do they?
Never. But that's not in dispute, because the runner that's finishing in the cellar position is well behind and still 150 meters out. Just looking at the pictures here, I would say he's a youngster.
Well, a lot of these are not actually 1,500 meter runners. Bjorn White, we saw him compete. He finished in penultimate position. He competed in the 400 earlier today. So it might just be a tactic for the coach to improve on some aspects of fitness.
And of course, yeah, and you can see that where coaches put their runners in to do some training. We do that from time to time with our sprinters. Give them a little endurance work. It's not going to hurt them.
That was Hezekiah Marcano of Memphis to come across the line. And that will conclude the race. Well, I think what's happened here is that they've had a few withdrawals from on some of the other 1,500 meter events, and as a result, they've combined athletes into that, because I think the athlete who finished second was actually Donnell Francis.
It was
Donnell Francis who finished in second place, and he was due to run in the men's 1,500. Now, what was interesting, that men's 1,500 meter race was supposed to include Nicholas Romany and Taparai Waldron. Now that would have been something to see.
That would have been.
But neither of them have competed. So as a result, Donnell Francis being pushed into this other event. So I believe they combined it. So Donnell Francis would be the overall winner in the men's 1500 meters.
In the men's 1500 meters open.
Yes.
But he was beaten by Harding in that race there. So Harding would be the under 20 winner. All right, we just have 5 teams, it appears, in the 4x4 girls. It's 4x200 meters relay.
4x200 meter race. And here are the athletes. Toko Tafak, here are the athletes they have on their display. Isabel Solomon, Akila Stewart, Melanie Burrell, Kalia Glasgow, Ashish Romaine, Adia Jones, and Unique Chance. That's the athletes for Toko Tafak. Also involved Alpha Athletics, Burnley, and Stallions.
Yeah, so you got Alpha Athletics has Hannah Rivers, Renee Cooper, Shirlisa Clavery, and I think I'm missing one other. Burnley has Jael Peters, Jadel Joseph, Deirdre Daniel, Renice Smith, Sophia Goddard, and Jeline Mohammed. So,
and then Staniel, just to finish it off, Jalel Stallions have Janelle Alexander, Janessa Rodriguez, Nigerel Batiste, Kava Nelson, and Camilla Davis. Those are the athletes for the women's 4x200 meter event. And the relays are always hugely popular.
Always. So they're still taking time to put down the starting blocks. They'll be starting. Essentially, it is slightly different than the 400 stagger, I want to believe. But my honest, what I think is going to happen is that there'll only be a stagger for the first lap. I think once they've done that, it's going to be that they're just running like they run a 4x4. They're running in the or everybody's trying to run in the near lane or in lane 1. Of course, one of the things that the officials always do is make sure that the way things are done is it's when you do a 4x4, positions are determined where the runners are at the 200 mark. So when you see them line up in the finishing stretch, lane 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's usually because that's the position that the corresponding athlete has passed the 200 meter mark. In this 4x2, it's going to be slightly different, I think.
So here are the lead-off runners for the 4 teams. Isabella Solomon is starting off for Toko Tafak, Hannah Rivers for Alpha Athletics, Jaylene Mohammed for Burnley, and for Stallions, Janelle Alexander will start off for them.
All right, so just 4 teams.
Just the 4 teams involved in this one. The men's 200 meters attracted 8. See if all 8 of those turn up today. A few of those names we've seen already. Dario Tavernier of Burnley is going to be racing later. He was quite exciting earlier.
And of course, Trinidad has generally been fairly good in the relays. Our baton passing has always been fairly excellent at certainly at international level. If anything, of course, we have won and we are regarded as the that would be what the 2008 Olympic 4x100 meter champions. That was after the test, the retroactive test, had one of the Jamaican runners. I can't believe, I'm trying to think it's Michael. His last name escapes. He might have tested positive. That test was done nearly 4 years after. We were also 4x4 champions. If you didn't know, you would have. That was some of the most inspirational footage that you would ever see. So we are certainly at the female level. I know we have had success in the relays at some point. Certainly the Commonwealth Games, maybe, and quite possibly at the Pan American Games.
Yeah, Pan American Games and more domination at the lower games.
Probably at the CEC Games as well.
Yep. Trinidad and Tobago's first medals in relays would have come in the 1964 Olympics. 4x400, Wendell Motley and that great team.
Way back.
Way back.
Or just a bit of a delay there. That team with a I'm trying to remember some of the other runners. Yeah, a couple of good runners on our team, but memory doesn't serve me. We'll try and pull those names up for you. Still looking around here.
Trying to see what's going on, what the holdup is. And at the moment here, I think they're just making sure. Of course, each team has provided 6 athletes. You can't run all 6, of course. Just 4 are involved. So they're just making sure that the officials upstairs who are recording the names know exactly which runners are running in what position. So that's always takes a little bit of time. So that's what they're doing right now. Just the 4 teams.
Yeah, I think the other guys would have been Kent Bernard, Edwin Roberts, and Edwin Skinner.
Yeah, the 2 Eds in there. Some fine names. Ed Skinner, often see him at these championships. I'll be surprised if he's not here.
All right, so just waiting. All right, they're on their marks. They're down, so let's see how this all works out.
And there's the start of the women's 4x200 meter relay. Good start here. And certainly it is a good start for Jaylene Mohammed, who is trying to track down Janelle Alexander of Stallions at the moment. Alpha Athletics in 3rd place, and left behind is the Toko Tapak team. Isabella Solomon is struggling in this first leg. And let's see who's going to hand off first. It looks like it is the Alpha Athletic team that hand off first, but recovering brilliantly is Burnley. And with them, there is the Stallions team. They're out in front at the moment. Burnley in 2nd place. But now the Burnley athletes have strode ahead, and they are taking command in this 2nd leg. Burnley out in front. And can they convert this advantage into a win here? 2 laps to go. It's Burnley that hands over 2nd. And now Alpha Athletics hands over in 2nd place. Stallions still in there. Toko Tafak are really struggling. They've fallen way behind. They are 50 meters off the lead at the moment. Burnley now firmly in control of this race, Chris. Unless something goes very wrong, they will win this one.
It was a really quick 2nd leg of 23 seconds by the Burnley runner. So they picked up the pace as you get into the last leg here.
And there is the last leg. It's been handed over here. This is the women's 4x200 meter relay open, and Burnley has opened up a 40-meter lead. But the challenge is coming now from Alpha. A pacey start from the Alpha athlete, but she has maybe too much to do here. Burnley is going to win this one. She's really giving everything, the Alpha athlete, but Burnley is going to win this one comfortably by 20 meters. They did all the work in that 2nd leg, and it is Alpha that finishes in 2nd place. And coming across the line now that is Stallions in 3rd, and Toko Tafak will finish in 4th place.
Yeah, and she's still coming in here. But a good run, and certainly the fastest leg looked like the 2nd leg runners were definitely the faster. They ran around 22. So sometimes, again, it's teams vary their tactics. I was trying to figure out where they would leave the stagger, and so it's across on the far side. If you look just after where the 1500 meter start is, that is where the runners are allowed to then leave their stagger and head towards the inside of the track. So, as we say, it's supposed to be a full field for the men's 1500.
It certainly does look like it. There is a full field here. And this is an event, 4x200 meter men's open. And we are seeing 8 teams out there. So this is going to be very exciting. That's the Burnley time, 1:43 21, if I saw correctly there.
143. Yep, 143.364.
Here are the teams for the men's 4x200 meter relay open. Concord will be in 1, Alpha Athletics in 2, Stallions in 3, Burnley in 4, UE Track in 5, Presentation College in 6, Toko Tapa in 7, and Stallions are in 8. Stallions actually have 2 teams involved in this one, Chris. And this will be in lanes 3 and
8. It wants you, just like the U.S. Army. All right. I think just for the we got 143. The second place time in that girls relay was 146.3, and third place was 150.
So let's take a look at the teams here. Well, we hoped that we would have a full field, but I don't think we have any team in 1. Concord looked to be out of this one. And 2, Alpha is also out. So we're reduced to 6.
But it's odd though, but because they've set the starting blocks out for both lanes 1 and 2. But I agree with you, I'm not seeing any runners in that lane, and now they're taking them off.
Yeah, the official is now taking them off. And Concord, well, their team included Darius Harding, who we saw win a race only minutes ago. So he was definitely not going to be running in this one. And the Alpha Athletic team, they had a bare 4 athletes. So if one of those picked up an injury, well, then they would have been out.
Yeah, and we saw a couple of runners pick up injuries in the 400 events. And we talked about it. Some of them would have run the 100s and then come back to run the 400s. And sometimes that can definitely put an extra strain on the athlete. Trying to do that and then add a 200 relay is always going to be exceedingly difficult.
Yeah, it certainly would be. The most familiar name is Dario Tavernier, who we saw impressively run earlier today for Burnley. And he is in the Burnley team. Well, he's listed in the Burnley team. It's doubtful whether he will run. See how that plays out. Samuel Stewart is, in fact, leading off for the Burnley team. So looking down the list of...
Well, there's also no team in lane 6.
So lane 6 also out. So that's Presentation out. They also had a bare 4 athletes. So if they had picked up an injury, that was it for them.
So they're just taking the time to clear the track, the officials. They take the starting blocks off. The
hardworking officials. Without them, we couldn't really run. And these are volunteers, remember. They come out, they get a lunch, they get maybe a stipend or so, but they really do put in a lot of hard work to make these games possible.
And of course, volunteers are... in fact, an article was done on volunteerism in sports, and somehow my picture ended up in the newspapers.
Did that happen? Why are you volunteering today? I wonder.
I hope not.
Yeah, well,
but it was volunteering for cycling, which I sometimes do. Well, of course, my team heat wave cycle club.
The hand is up here by one of the athletes, and I'm sure he wants me to tell you that the accountant will call you about that later on.
The volunteer. Of course, I don't know that Wave TV have any sportsmen in it. At one time, our producer, Ian Wilson, played a spin bowler of some repute.
No, he was.
But he says medium pacer of some repute.
Well, before we start the race, let me just confirm I was at a awards function where Ian did in fact receive awards for his bowling.
All right, and so at least one person knows that Ian could bowl.
So, Stallion in 3, Burnley in 4, UE in 5,
seeing us there,
Choco Tapak in 7, and Stallions in 8.
If you can't have fun in this game, I don't know what you can have. That's okay. I don't mind being in front of the camera. I've said so many times. I've been in front of the camera many times. So there you see me just rubbing the back of my neck. But the last time Wason bowled, I think he was hit for a mighty 6. So far out of the savannah, it might have landed in the Archbishop's Hall.
And here we go with the start of the men's 4x200 meter race. A great start on the outside for Stallions, but trying to catch up now. Burnley and Stallions, the other Stallions team, is also putting in a good fight. It looks like Stallions in lane number 8. They will be handing over the baton first. Burnley will go in for second place here. Those are the top 2 at the moment here, and it is Burnley and Stallions that are battling for it. Yui is also involved in this race, and they are trying to track them down.
Yeah, Yui's in 4th. Stallions has a good lead here.
Solid lead for the Stallions as they come in. Burnley now trying to close the gap on them. They have 2 laps to do so. Burnley now, and that handover wasn't the smoothest, and they've lost a little bit of room there.
Definitely, he literally ran into his man, ran past his man before his partner could get the battle.
Elijah
Still in the lead.
Elijah Arthur running for Stallions now, and Burnley trying to catch up. They've just about done that. It's almost even going into the final lap here. Stallions just to get a Burnley. The lap, well, it's now down to a couple of meters here.
And it's 2 good runners here.
Burnley trying to catch up. Here comes the Burnley runner, but Stallions out in front. Burnley are in second place at the moment, and the Stallions man is pulling away. It's an impressive win to win this men's 4x200 meter event. Burnley in second place, and coming across for third there, I believe that was the UE track team.
No, I'm not 100% sure, but you might be right. So a good race there in the end from Stallions. That third exchange was horrible, but they somehow were able to do their best and still hold on to the lead, and in the end held off a strong challenge from Burnley coming down the stretch.
It was UE that finished in third place. Joshua Barclay was the last man to come across for them, and they got the win. But I think that win really was set up brilliantly there for the Stallions team. Elijah Arthur, that run in the third leg was absolutely brilliant, and he gave them enough, but you can't take away what the runner for Stallions did in that last lap.
Yeah, he did a really good run. He was challenged. He was strongly challenged, and he was challenged by that 400-meter runner from Burnley. I can't remember his name, but that was the runner who gave him that really tough challenge down the stretch. He held his nerve. So, of course, that brings an end to our proceedings for today and for all the events today. Of course, we are here, and I want to say thank you to our crew, which we always do. Thank you to our producer, Ian, who got hit for 6. Wesa.
And you can keep checking the Facebook page for updates on what's coming up next. The next event development meet is next month, so we certainly hope that you will join us for that. A final word from you, Chris?
Fantastic day's events, and we saw some really talented runs, or we saw some exceptional times. So we look forward to more as the runners get fitter and closer to the Carifta standards.
Thank you very much, Chris. And for Chris, Ian, and the rest of the team here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium, hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the N3A's Track and Field Series #1 first event for 2026. And we will be back with more here on Wave TV. I'm Vidya Ramphal. Bye for now.
2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV. Starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Atalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean-rooted, and globally relevant. I am Atalia Samuel, and this is The Atalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR here at my Botolo, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Let's go now. But top 2 players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how are you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Guyana, so I will be there.
Okay.
Yes, you all have a good night.
Bye.